Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully, everything should work. It looks like everyone's sound is working on my end.
I am alive. Barely.
I am alive too.
Excellent.
I'm pretty sure that we are fine. I think finally I've gotten it to work. Hopefully.
We're back from April Fools, everybody. We're back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how was that?
Everyone is
That
back
was
in their
interesting.
rightful positions.
I'm
And
ready
today,
to play Drekkick Not So Dumb.
And who will be dubbing Laura's audio tonight?
Yeah. Shot not doing it again.
I genuinely opened Ingway's character sheet when I was getting ready for tonight.
I opened John's.
Oh, there you go.
It was like my default. I typed in like D&D Beyond, and it just automatically came up with John's, and I was like, oh, this is permanent now.
Oh, fair. That's fair. Well, welcome everyone back to another episode on our normal campaign, Legacy of Darkness. I hope you enjoyed the April Fool's episode. If not, you should go and check it out again and keep watching it until you do enjoy it, and then we can move on. Do we have any announcements? Yeah, we have a wonderful Discord that everyone should jump into and join. It's a little family in there, and everyone gets to talk about cool, nerdy shit. Hang out, we play some games sometimes, and we talk about pretty much everything, I think. We even have a channel devoted to just food.
I
And
posted
dice.
pork crackling on there. It was great.
Yes, you can't miss that. We have some pretty cool people who know how to cook, and they definitely show it off. Other than that, we also have some other nerdy stuff, but that's the most important one. That one and the pet one.
Yep.
Right. I don't really think we have any more announcements that I remember off the top of my head, other than if you're not subscribed, we would love you to subscribe, because then you're part of the secret handshake club.
And follow us if you haven't followed us as well.
Yes, that too. You should probably follow first and then sub afterwards. But, never mind. Anyway, my name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters of Mayhem. And if you have more dice than favorite songs, you come to the right place.
I have more dice.
There you go. Do you have more dice or more dice than favorite songs?
More dice than favorite songs.
Good on you. I do too. I don't think I have that many favorite songs. Anyway, let us put on a little bit of music here, and let's start with a little recap of what happened last chaotic episode of the main campaign. Now, that was an interesting one, because you went to have a chat with the council of the Vikandris High Church, which turned into a odd selection of moments that will go down in history as what the fuck. One of them being Drekkick and his father and his brother, who seemed to have a strained relationship, all ended up on stage together, standing next to each other as far as social distancing would allow. And it didn't seem to be as positive as an experience for the people on stage as the people off stage. There was also a ritual involved where someone were to sacrifice himself to go to the afterlife to ask the gods a question. However, a certain individual amongst the viewers didn't find that very appealing and decided to fuck up the ritual, resulting in being chased by the gods and arrested. After a long period of running, there was some arrows, there was some pincushioning, and there was a very small cell, which Engway also unfortunately crawled into. Luckily enough, you were rescued, just not from who you expected. An individual who had killed all the gods just to rescue Engway. Didn't seem to give much of a shit about Celeste, but wanted to have a catch-up chat with Engway at his earliest convenience. He was given a little token, which was later discovered to be a wooden, what do you call it? Chaton? That's what you call it. Poker chip, yes. You call it poker chip. We call it chaton. Which may or may not lead to a place of a casino. You managed to finally get the fuck out of there, and you had a few camps on the way to get towards the Ivory Clasp. A few interesting things of note happened, even on the traveling. There was some spying on you from this strange bird, which you never seemed to discover what really was all about. And at the beginning of the following morning, you almost arrived at the Ivory Clasp when a giant airship flew over, playing what seems to be metal music very loudly as it departed towards the city that used to be in the distance but now is a lot closer. And that's where we'll begin today's episode.
Sean would finish by diving in the bush. That was the last thing he did last thing. So he's
Correct.
in the bush and he's just looking up, looking around. What are y'all doing out there? Get in here. We don't know what the hell that is.
I don't think it's here to hurt us, Sean.
I'm going to take the chance. What the...
Slash is just standing, like, straight out in the open, like, arms up, like, looking.
All right, you do it at your own risk. I'll stay in here.
You okay there, Sean? It's just an airship.
Yeah.
Is it heading towards... No, it's not heading towards the clasp, it's heading towards the...
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is heading towards the clasp.
It's heading straight towards the clasp.
Mr. John, I think that's what we're gonna go find so that we can get home. Man, I'm looking forward to riding that thing with you. I've never seen one before. I've heard about them.
Where I'm gonna ride that.
The quickest way to get back to Kronos.
I mean, it makes sense now. I mean, airship. I thought it was just, a fancy
Hovering.
name. Yeah. I thought, like 20 feet off the ground, not cresting through the clouds.
Oh, come on, John. I've seen you jump on the back of a wooden dragon. I'm sure you can handle this thing.
Yeah. We'll see.
Do hope you don't suffer from too much vertigo, Sean. Might have to stay inside the cabin the entire time.
Noted. I didn't even think of that. Slowly putting my axe away as well.
How far away from the class does it look like it's definitely going to arrive before we do?
Yeah, it's going pretty fast. It's going really, really fast. You are probably half a day's journey away from the city. It's still a little bit off in the distance near the mountains, but you can definitely see the shapes are starting to form. It looks a little odd actually. It's kind of like you can see this wooden kind of structure, and it's so big that you can see it from far away. You can't really make out the details, but it looks cylindrical in shape. I mean, that's as much as you can see from the distance, at least.
With saying that, if I cannot see it from a distance, I'm going to pull out my spyglass.
Right.
Whip it out.
Finally, good use for it.
With my glare.
Right. Make a perception check with, I guess, advantage.
Yes, I get advantage when I use it.
I just get normal when I use it.
Depends on which way you point it.
Yeah, this is like a straight roll now. Perception. Okay, yeah. First roll was a natural 1, but I roll advantage, so that is a
Oh, it can't get worse.
16 plus 4 for a dirty 20.
Nice. So, with your little binocular or little whatever you want to call it, you can see a lot more, obviously. So it looks like the wall around the city is actually almost like roots. that has just grown. It looks like the entire wall is probably like hundreds of feet high, and it's just like entangled large roots that's coming out of the ground. And every now and then it's broken up by what looks like a gate. There's a few gates you can see. From where you are, you can see there's 2 gates or something from that direction at least. And in the middle of this round part, there's like 4 intersections that's kind of going up a little bit like a hook. And you can see that there's large creatures flying back and forth between these hooks. But you can also see that it looks like man-made, like hanging bridges going between the sides over the city. So it looks like there's definitely some kind of protection detail on top of the city looking down. That is the main features that you really notice. The only other thing you do see is that in the middle there is looks like a stone structure that goes higher up than the rest, and it's like a spiraling tower, which is almost ivory in color.
So
And it is interconnecting with these bridges. So it seems like that is the main structure in the middle of this circular shaped city. Outside of the city, you also see that there's like farms here and there, and there's people like harvesting stuff like that. It seems like it's a farming region, but that specific structure looks completely out of place. But
what's the altitude of that, of the, like that area that you first described with the tower and the bridges?
So how high up that is compared to the city, or how high it is from the ground?
How high it is, I guess, from where the farmland is? Like how high above it in the mountains?
So the farmland is outside the city. So from the bottom to where that is inside the city, probably around almost a kilometer. It's a giant-ass structure.
Oh, I think it's on the mountains as well, so you got to factor in that it's...
So it is actually not on the mountains, it's next to the mountains.
Oh, so the actual tower is a kilometer tall?
From the ground to the highest peak is a kilometer.
Oh, I thought it was in the mountains.
Nope. I will send you all a little thingy on Discord here so you can see it a little bit better too. So obviously you don't know what's inside it yet, but you can maybe get a better idea of what
they have an elevator.
That's a lot of bridges.
That's a lot of stairs.
Yes, there is a lot of stairs. And, I mean, we'll see. Anyway, that's what you can see with your dirty 20 at least.
That's a lot for a dirty 20.
Right, so we're heading off this way. Does anyone else need to do anything this morning? I think we're already all packed up, correct?
Yep. Should be ready to go. I ain't got nothing I need to do.
Pretty good.
Right. So we'll climb into the back of the wagon as per usual and set herself up
Right.
for the journey, for the half-a-day journey towards the Ivory Clasp.
I'll drive, John. I think you're a bit shaken at the moment.
Yeah.
Mr. Drake, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hang with the horses this morning.
Oh, of course. If you'd like to, then be my guest.
I'm pretty enthusiastic, so that's... I think I'm going to burn a spell slot to make the horses faster for the hour.
No problem. I can definitely say that you do that. Not a problem.
Just be gentle with Janita. I feel like if you're more gentle with her, she farts less.
When I lead the horses, I get off and I walk with them.
Yep.
So, like you and John are like, I can manage horses with reins. I just walk with them talking the whole time.
And it seems to go faster, actually. Yep. But it seems to speed up the process. You shave a few hours off and such, so you're not that far off now. And it's a pretty open field when it comes to from where you are to where that is. There's a forest on the left side of where you are, which is where you could have camped if you wanted to, but you decided to do it a little bit more in the open, as far as I remember. Other than that, it's just rolling green hills. There's some smaller hills here and there, a few large rocks and such, but it's pretty clear. There's nothing that seems to be an obstruction of any sorts. And as you begin to come closer, you do also, the rest of you, notice these little tiny creatures. I mean, tiny, large creatures, obviously, that's flying across the city from one end to another. It seems like they are just kind of ducking and weaving and stuff like that.
Do the wall structure, does that remind me of home, or it's different?
It would remind you a little bit of home, because it's also, again, it's a woodland structure built out of the nature itself. So yeah, in a way.
Mana,
Yes?
when we arrive here at the Ivory Clasp, do you know where we're going to catch the airship?
Well, I think we just look at the air service tower. It's called Speedy's Air Service.
Speedy's air service.
Yes. We do
think
need to
that's-
book a ticket though, which is the interesting part.
Well, yes, I figured that.
How much do you reckon a ticket is?
Well, it's 500 gold for each.
Right. Well, I'm good. Sounds great.
Shall we just start walking?
Celeste will make a solo journey home, and
Well,
See you
it,
guys.
the rest of us will start working.
well, it is fairly expensive, of course, but I mean, what is an adventure without a little bit of gold, eh?
I wonder if they hire crew.
I don't know. I mean, you can try to ask them when we get there.
I mean, potentially we could offer our services on the ship during the travel to, Jean could work in the kitchens and Drekka could, well, no, not service the bar. I think that's a bad idea. But Ingwe could,
I'll service the bar.
Quality control.
Ingwe could attend to any animals on board and things that's, in that nature. But it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I mean, I guess so. I mean,
If not, we may find ourselves stuck here for the next few months trying to gather coin.
well, I mean, it's a fairly large city, so there might be other ways if that's necessary. I don't really have that much gold on me, but I do have enough for the ticket at least. But I also have, obviously, I've done this before, so they know me. I mean, not know me, but they know of me, I guess. So that could potentially help.
Yes, well, not too far off now. Do you think it's worth us disguising ourselves upon entering Ingwe?
Why would we need to do that?
Just wondering how quickly word travels around these parts and if we are potentially wanted for murder and...
Oh, you and I. If you think so.
I'm just not sure as to, as I said, how quickly word travels in these areas. I mean, we have been traveling rather quickly, so I think we would have seen a messenger, but...
I was gonna ask if you wanted me to announce our entrance, but I figured that would be a bad idea.
Perhaps when we get back to the kingdom, we can begin that regime.
Mr. Drekik, do you know? Do the elders hold sway in this city, or is it a different city? Are we in the same country still?
Yeah, are we in the same country still?
Still in the same country, yes. Difference is that the other city, Vikandris, is kind of known as like a high castle for the religious part of this world, where the Ivory Clasp is more like a civilization point. This is the capital. And they do have a church in there for the Archidron Church, but it is not ruled by the church in the same way as Vikandris is, because Vikandris is like a holy place, city itself, pretty much. Where this is more like a civilization.
I'd say, we're still in the same area, but I'd say you guys have a pretty good chance of not being noticed, even if you walk in by yourselves. This isn't a town ruled by the religion of our peoples, so to speak.
Is there lots of furbolgs?
I don't know. Don't think I've ever been here myself. I've just heard about stories. So
Just calm
What-
my nerves a little.
What about alligators? Is that the main people here?
are you talking alligators like me?
Yeah.
Well, all right, Ingwe. I don't think I'm not an alligator.
Oh, sorry.
I thought we've gone over this, but I am what is known as a dragonborn.
You're a dragon? That's so cool. I've met a dragon.
Well,
You're a bit smaller than the stories. And there was heaps of you.
Yes, but I'm not like a full dragon. I'm like mini dragon.
Mini
I guess.
Man, this world's so weird. Like in the stories that Mum told me, like dragons were like these massive creatures, and they like had big hordes of gold, and they flew.
I wish I had gold.
and I found out they're just like normal people. That's so interesting.
Well, no,
Oh,
there
there are
are actual
dragons.
dragons.
There are dragons like in those stories, I believe, but I'm just not one of those dragons. I don't even have wings, you see.
People are so interesting.
Just a tail.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you or anything. So you're dragon. Yeah.
Dragonborn, yes. No offense, Ingwe, I understand. I mean, you saw in Vikandris the crocodile. I imagine alligators and crocodiles are pretty much the same look.
That's good to know.
Yes.
Right, well, now we've got that established, we're all on the same page as to Drekic's lineage and heritage. When we arrive at the Ivory Clasp, I'm thinking it might be best if we try to keep a low profile for as long as possible.
Sure.
Should we?
As in, get the information about the fares, whether or not they're willing to accept crew, and then if not, we're going to have to go and find a way to make, what's that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 2,500 gold.
I think
Well,
we might
I mean-
need to go to a dragon horde.
Well, I have my gold, so you don't have to worry about me.
Well, I have my gold too, Mana, but I'd rather not spend it on airfare if we can get the extra money than.
Of course, that makes sense.
And if we're going to be making money anyway, then.
We could just sneak on.
See, my only concern with that, Ingwe, is that the travel time, if we're caught, stowaway, and they might toss us overboard. In which case, I think we'd, fare far worse than if we were to be tossed overboard on the sea. We can't breathe. We can breathe underwater on the sea, but falling out of the air. I have only one trick up my sleeve, but it only pertains to myself.
I've got a trick. I haven't figured out how to. I tried to turn into a bird last night. I still can't turn into birds. Weird. Such an odd.
Turn into a penguin.
No. Ooh. What's a penguin? Oh, they're the swimming ones.
Swimming and they don't fly. They have wings, I think, but they don't actually fly.
I think I might need to meet one first before I can
Interesting.
turn into it. I'll try tonight. And I try and turn into a penguin. Does not work.
Never seen a penguin before. You just
just
like some
change into a
anatomical,
tuxedo.
like an anatomical sketch that you saw one time in a book of this is what a penguin.
That's an
A
otter with a
2D
beak.
penguin. Right.
Okay, so we'll disguise ourselves. I might
Well, I'm
maybe
not
I
doing that now.
okay. Cool. So we're all right to walk around the city. We're not gonna be disguised walking around.
Well, from what Drekic said, this area is independent to that of the city that we came from. with their own governing systems and bodies, and if there was a complaint made against us, I'm sure they would see reason.
I mean, there's also the point that they were literally sealing the city as we were trying to escape. So, we've probably traveled faster than the news.
That's what I'm hoping.
Maybe they'll just blame the alleyman slasher.
I don't think so.
Maybe they'll think I'm the alleyman slasher.
Oh. Well, it's better than thinking it was Jean.
Sean, who's been like hanging off the back of the whole time, just pops his head in. My name?
Oh, we're just talking about the alleyman slasher.
Oh yeah, we gotta. Poor brother-in-law.
Are you all right, John? You seem out of
I
it.
forgot about that.
I'm just keeping an eye on flying things out here.
Good work, Jean.
Thank you.
You keep watching them.
All right.
Eyes on the skies.
Head back out, hanging off the back, just looking up.
Did we figure out how much that wooden piece would be worth when we get to the Pixie King?
I think I said 300 gold.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So you are continuing the journey towards the city. Right. You move closer to the city, and you can start seeing all these creatures in the air are fairly large. They're not like huge, but they are like pretty large. Like some of them are sizes of houses.
That's pretty huge.
I mean, smaller houses, I guess. Like some of them are smaller than that as well. Some of them are almost tiny. They're hard to make out the shapes themselves. It just seems like they have big wings of some sort. You can't quite make them up. As you get closer to the front gates, you can see there's these two gates that you could see. You just pick the closest one. There's two large guard towers on both sides, which goes almost all the way up to the top of the wall. And the wall itself, like you can see, is literally just constructed out of interweaved large roots. It seems to have been there for centuries, maybe even more. The gates are open, and people are traveling from to everywhere. In the guard towers, you do notice a large quantity of soldiers on the different levels, because this is an open guard tower. You can see right through it, but they can also see right up. The guards themselves are well protected. They have plate mail armor, ring mail armor. They have shields and everything you would expect from like a royal guard, for instance. But it's a more crude way of constructing these things. It's not like it looks like it's human made. This is definitely of an orcish design. And what you notice in these towers, there's also not a large quantity, but there is definitely on each level an individual at least covered in a dark greenish robe that seems to be watching the road where you enter. And they seem to be watching it very specifically and very concentrated almost the entire time. One walks away and another takes their place. It seems like almost it's just like clockwork. There's no issues. No one stops you. No one does anything. And you manage to enter the city. Strangely enough, there's almost like cobblestone flooring underneath your feet. And again, it seems like this is made of natural rocks that simply have just sprung forth. The majority of the city has been covered by that. And as soon as you go past the watchtowers, there's large rocks there that looks like they're not quite sure if they're remnants of a war, if they've been there because someone had used catapults to throw them in, or if they're simply part of the structure. They do seem a little out of place, but they also seem to be... they seem like there's roads built around them, so they must have been there for a long time as well. Some of them bear arcane symbols on them, and some of them do not. The city itself is actually quite flat. And the thing you notice is that there is all these little villas almost, where people are living in these houses next to each other, and then they have this garden in between the houses. So the houses are almost lined up in a square, and inside the middle of the square, each of these areas, these little families of houses, have their own gardens with trees, and there's some vegetation there. There's no farming done in any of this, but there is natural resources like apple trees and such that simply just sprung forth. Every single one of these buildings in here are gathered around one of these little green patches of land. Again, it seems like nature has decided how this place should look, in a way. But you arrive inside the gates of the Ivory Clasp.
Coming in to the gates, are we kind of the sole travellers on the road, or is it quite bustling in and out of the gates and in the city?
It's not bustling, but there is a few here and there. It could be that there's actually 4 entrances and exits, so it's just been spread out a bit. But yeah, it seems to be maybe a handful of the people.
And is it mostly the other people? Are they mostly orcs?
There's a lot of orcs, half orcs. There is a few elves. There's other travelers, humans. You see a variety of different individual people. You also see a few of the Aarakocras. These ones don't look like they belong in this region. They look like they're more from somewhere else. And there's also some humans who aren't wearing a lot of clothing, and most of it's like tribal, like bones and leather, and not really any kind of fancy weaponry or armor or anything like that. It seems to be walking around as well. It seems like there's a bit of a mixing pot between a lot of different things. Could be that the nature of this place is the opposite of the Green Horde, or whatever we want to call it, the enemy of the orcs, which is also the orcs.
And goblins? Does Thingo look out of place?
No, there is a few goblins here and there. There's nothing out of place in that sense. This is a place where the green-skinned races are definitely welcome. And as you recall, Mana also had a tattoo, which meant that her family lineage at least belonged to the Caseland, which is where you pretty much are.
Yeah.
So if she had trouble, she was told that she could just show that.
Yep.
And she would be okay.
I'm going to... Oh, sorry.
Oh, good. I was just going to clarify as well. The green-robed individuals who were watching as well, when you were saying they're watching, did you mean they're watching like us specifically, or were they just keeping watch in general?
It seems like they watch the people coming in very carefully.
Okay, yeah.
And you're not quite sure, but they definitely seem to be looking intently on everyone.
Yeah. Cool. Sweet.
I'm going to try and discern what those creatures are that are flying between the 4 corners of it's a circle, I suppose, but like the bridges area.
Right. So now you're a little closer, so now you can see them flying over the city from every now and then. And some of them are like, when I said some of them are like houses before, like small houses, there are some of them that are actually huge. You can make a perception check.
I'm going to pull out my spyglass.
I thought you might.
Anything that's more than like 300, 400 feet away, she would be like.
Yep. So this is pretty high up, but they're also fairly big, some of them.
I don't know.
2 natural 20s on my roll with advantage!
Oh, shit.
Just rolled 2 natural 20s.
You see the gods themselves.
I was about to say, I'm like, Sean was out back looking up at the sky. Would this be an advantage because he's helping? Never mind.
I'm so excited for that. 20.
You haven't seen this creature before. It looks like giant stingrays, but they are of a purplish-ish nature with darker spots, almost black, some of them almost white. It looks like there's some color variations between them. Some of them are probably the size of entire building complexes, and they seem to just be flying over the city from one of these little hooks to another and such. Yeah, you've never really seen that before.
Are they carrying things or like ferrying people? No, they're just chilling. They're just
chilling there.
Oh,
Would I
I
have
love
heard of
them.
these
Guys,
things?
let's steal one and ride it back to Kronos. So cool. Fuck the airship. Let's ride a giant purple stingray.
You can roll a history check if you want, Dick.
Sure. 15 plus something. History. Oh, no. -1. 14.
14. You know they're known as the Opaya. That's as much as you have ever picked up. And you have never
Opaya.
seen them. Yeah, Opaya.
How do you spell that? O-P-I-A-H is how I was going to spell it.
Opaiha. Oh, Opaya.
So, you're interested in the Opaya, hey, there, Celeste?
Absolutely beautiful. They, oddly, they remind me of home. Things are colour.
I've only ever
Beautiful.
heard about them by myself. I never seen one up close.
And as you're watching them, you notice that sometimes there's a little flare almost behind them. It looks like stars. It's almost like stars, and then they speed up. It's almost like they have some kind of ability to speed up.
Activate boost.
And then
Oh my god,
it just
want
disperses
one.
this stardust, like.
They're just shitting out stardust, guys. So cute.
To clarify as well, they're like stingrays or more like manta rays type thing, like the big disc sort of like shapes, or more.
It's more like the
Triangular
the
shape.
triangular shaped ones.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
the
cool.
with their mandibles
Yeah.
or whatever they call them. So fairly big, fairly there's a lot of different sizes, like all the way from giant to
And
Tiny,
we can't
really.
get close. We can't get close to any of them.
they are currently a kilometer plus
Yeah, yeah.
some above you, and you can see that the ivory tower in the middle goes all the way up to the top, and then a little bit more, and then that's all where all those bridges are. So it seems like if you ever wanted to get close, you would have to get up on top of the walls, which is high up.
Let's go.
I want to get on
great
top of
time to
it.
transform into a bird, just saying.
It's strange they have so many sort of giant kites around here.
Yeah, they're animals, Jean.
They
I
call
don't
them pyres,
believe you.
John.
Are they
That's
casting
what-
like massive shadows on the ground as they move as well? I'd imagine. Like
Yeah.
the size of a house, they'd just be like this like massive shadow, almost like overcast clouds, just like.
Yeah, they do. They block the sun out a bit.
I think that's what Drekik said. They're animals.
Huh. Jean just slowly gets back into the cart and sits down. Starts looking through his backpack. Just being like, back into my safe zone, back into my safe zone.
Compartmentalize.
Yep.
One of the
Trekik's
first
never
things.
seen John like this. Oh, sorry, he's just staring at him. Like, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
One of the first things you also see as you enter, once you have discovered that these creatures are what they are, it's also that there is a place not far away from where you enter called Kraga's Inn, which seems to be an inn, but it's surrounded by tents or like tent-like structures. That looks like that is the local inn, and most of the housing is kept outdoors.
Ah, excellent. I was running low on alcohol.
Wait, no, we should make our way to the to Speedy's air service, I believe, first, just to ensure that we can get passage, and if not, make a plan going
Yeah.
forward.
Oh yeah, it might be. Mana said you have to book. How long in advance do you have to book? Miss Mana.
I'm not sure. Most of this has been booked for me. The times that I've traveled, I've done that for Kronos as a council member. So I guess I don't know. Sorry.
Oh,
We should find out together.
all right. Let's
But
go
we,
check it
if
out.
we've got time, we can come back, Drakik, afterwards. And who knows,
I'm sure
we may
we'll
not be
have
able
time.
we may not be able to book passage, so we may have to spend some time here anyway.
Yes.
But which direction is it, Mana, towards this speedy air service area?
So it's towards the north side. So if we just take a left here, we should be able to see the tower from there. It's not obviously as big as all the other structures, but it's big enough. And as you kind of just how should I say, you adjust your eyes slightly to the sun coming through and such. You can also kind of make out this tower, and you can see that this airship is slowly like going downwards towards it. It's like it's parking. It's still blasting heavy metal music at this point. You can hear it through the streets.
Is that the same airship from before?
Indeed, it is.
How did we beat it?
Oh, you
Probably,
didn't?
it probably took a long time to descend.
Yeah, like it's probably fast that way, but probably not fast that way. Yeah.
Just in terms of, just so I'm kind of getting a picture in my head of how the city looks, is it quite sprawling? Like nothing's kind of, from what I can gather from your description, they're not kind of like really close knit, kind of towers.
No,
Buildings?
it's mostly one-level houses. You see a lot of like children playing in these little grassy parks almost. You see a lot of
Streets
people
wide
walking
enough for us.
around, and yeah, it's plenty of room.
For the wagon, like if we were going down.
No problem.
So-
That could be 10 wagons across. It's from an infrastructure perspective, this is really well built to keep nature intact, but it's really shitty built to utilize the space as much as possible.
Yeah.
So it's very open, but it has concentrations of living areas that's been put out. And there's a lot of people living here, but it is not crammed as you're used to from like human cities, because humans live short lives, so they tend to have a lot of kids. And then this seems to be more of a, how should I say, more of a respectful way that it's been constructed.
Right. Well, let's make our way over to the air service and see what the go is. I can try and talk to, try and talk to them and see if we can see if they can hire us, or if not, just provide us free passage in exchange for service.
Sounds good.
Himana,
Yes,
do you know what that big, massive thing in the middle is?
that's the council building. That's where they do all of the counseling, like the king lives here, like the Kaiserdan king, like the Rudag king lives here. So that is where they have their council of sorts. It's called the Sofardran Council. It is why this place is called the Ivory Clasp. The clasp itself is, I guess, the hand, if you're going to say like a hand around, but yeah, I mean that's what that is. That's where most of the important stuff happens. There's also the Kaiserdan, but just where the king lives, which is probably like not somewhere we necessarily need to go unless we want to talk to a king. But yeah, I guess.
I think we'd best stay away from the king.
Hi.
Well, if anyone has news about happenings in Vikandris, it would be him.
Oh, right.
Plus, our experience with higher ups hasn't been great so far. King's Helm and previous city with the councils and all that, or the elders.
Well, if worst comes to worst, then we can always go to the council and see if they have anything they need assistance with.
True.
We could offer our services. As long as they don't try to get us to, join the army or something.
No.
Wait, could we steal stuff? Like, I know that we weren't allowed to steal stuff from John's home, but could we?
No,
Well,
Ingwe.
The,
Why
the
would you
trouble with
steal?
that, the trouble with that is then trying to sell it. And if we're in quite a confined area such as this, then it may become rather obvious that we are selling stolen goods.
I never did try and sell any of the things I stole. Good point. Didn't think that one through.
Under other circumstances, if you're traveling long distances. Not that I'm encouraging it, but
I think the most valuable thing I stole I gave to Mana. Do you still have that bottle of wine, Mana?
I have it at home, I think.
Oh, good.
I didn't bring it with me. Should I have? I mean,
no, it's
I probably
for you to
shouldn't,
enjoy.
should I? It's like, no, that's weird.
I'm
I would
sure
probably
it's
not have been.
aging well at home.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. I didn't think of that. Maybe I should have brought alcohol.
How long have we been here for? In
In
Overland?
you have been here for a few weeks by this time. Mostly traveling, but you have been you've been traveling a bit back and forth. You've probably been here for, I'd say, 2 weeks and 2 days at this point.
I'm gonna see what sort of difference I'm looking at, what I gotta get for this ticket. And about 10 seconds later, Jean's like, 11. All right.
Very well.
Right, so onwards towards the air service. And Celeste will be looking around very curiously at the design of the city and the structures and kind of reminiscing and like, oh yes, built that out, directly out of the stone. Things like that.
Yes, it's a very unique design, which would have taken a lot of power from any individual or from nature itself, maybe. But you definitely arrive at the speedy air service, and you can see this large tower that seems to just be like almost like a staircase going up. There's a lot of people coming out of it currently, and they're like, "Oh, that was such a great ride!" And some of them are humans. They look like they're really fancily dressed, and this is the first time they've ever been here. And you can see that they're like tourists. Some of them are like taking out little sketchbooks and starting to sketch everything around them. And some people are selling little souvenirs and stuff like that around the tower. There's a steady stream. There's probably like 100 people who come out from there. Some of them have horses and carts, and some of them are just carrying backpacks, looking very excited. Most of them doesn't look like they belong here. Most of them look like they're outsiders. And you can also see that as soon as they exit the bottom, there are again 2 of these green cloaked individuals who are just intently looking at everyone.
Right. I believe this is our destination. Climb out of the back of the cart and try to make my way. Is there like a door?
It's
Or is
just
it just
a
like a platform
open.
at the top?
It's like so it's a tower, and there's an open gate in the bottom where these 2 green cloaked individuals are, where everyone's coming up, and then you pretty much just walk up.
Just like a hollow tower, just with stairs.
No doors. And that's an interesting point I didn't actually mention, but you haven't actually seen any doors except for the gates. There's no doors in any of the houses. It's all just like sheets.
Interesting.
Like tent flaps.
Pretty much, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go up and see if I can find some sort of service counter.
Right. So start walking up the stairs, and about 10 minutes later you get to the top, and you're like puffed. It's just a constant 45-degree climb the whole way. And a lot of the people, they're smiling at you on the way. They're going
Celeste does
down
that
and you're
thing
going
where
up.
she
Like,
walks backwards. Like when you walk backwards up a hill, it's like not as bad.
yeah. Every now and then there's guards stationed in the tower as well, and you see more of these green cloaked individuals go past both ways. Some of them seem to be following some of the individuals coming out, and some of them are just stationed, keeping an eye out. Eventually you get to the top, and you see this massive airship, like a Zeppeliner kind of style, anchored to the side of of this place with its anchor at several places to make sure it doesn't shift off. And you can still hear their and the heavy metal music, but eventually it turns off while you're there. And the engine seems to go slower and slower, and then it just kind of parks on the platform and stops. And after that, all the individuals who work on this ship starts exiting as well. And you see most of them are gnomes. And there's a little man with a little, almost like a cardboard box, where he's standing behind it, and he takes out a pen and he opens up a book, and he puts little glasses on his head, and you can see he doesn't really have a lot of hair in the middle. It's just like kind of sticking out in the sides. And he's like,
Hello, my lady. How can I help you?
Oh, hello. Might I inquire as your name?
My name is Felix.
Oh, Felix. Lovely to meet you, Felix.
Oh, lovely to meet you too.
These are my compatriots. We were looking to book passage to Kronos.
Right, that is not a problem. That is the destination.
However, we were wondering if you were in need of any sort of assistance or crew on the ship, as we are light on coin, and from our understanding, tickets can be rather expensive, and we need to get back as soon as possible.
You're right about that. It's 500 gold pieces for a ticket. Let me check. Jonathan! Just give me 2 seconds. Jonathan! Is the cook still alive? Right. Well, we do need a cook. But you don't look like a cook to me, no offense.
Oh, no, I haven't held a... What are they called?
A knife?
A skillet.
Thank you, Ingwe. A skillet.
Skillet? That is a fancy-ass word.
John's a good cook.
Yes, my compatriot here, Jean, he is a wonderful cook. I can provide, well, what I can do is I can entertain. I can also have experience working on ships, although in the water, so it may be a little different.
Oh, that's interesting.
My compatriot, Ingwe here, is rather good with livestock and animals and that sort, so if you had any animals on board that needed caretaking.
I love fur books. Yeah, I mean, we are looking for a chef. That's pretty much the only thing we're looking for at the moment. If one of you wants to be a chef, I can give them their ticket for free. How about we do it that way? That's a pretty big discount considering like 500 gold to feed an entire fucking nation.
Yes, no, that is greatly appreciated.
Wait, hold up. What kind of cuisine do you do? Do you do like raw fish kind of style, or is it more like like little tacos?
I make mostly sort of like homely cooked meals, things like broths and sort of stews and good meats, vegetables.
Right. Can you give me a list of the things you know how to cook so we can make a menu?
Sure. Yeah, I put a few things together.
Right. He gives you a little piece of paper that looks like it's a questionnaire where you can like sign whatever you can cook and what ingredients you need and how much it costs and how much you need to do for one person. It seems like this has happened before.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, no problem. But I still need to get some money from the rest of you for the trip, of course. I mean, if you want to, I guess you could be a security detail. I'm not sure if you're good at fighting. And he jumps down and he starts like looking at Ingwe's arms to see how many muscles he has. And he's like, that's a tall one. Jeez. You don't look like you're much of a fighter, young lady. And holy man, there he's definitely packing a punch. Wow. I'd be jealous if I wasn't so strong myself. And he jumps back on the box.
I may not be too good at fisticuffs, but I do have a couple of other tricks up my sleeve.
Right. Well, we're not looking for any magicians at the moment, but I mean, if you're willing to sacrifice your life for the greater good, then I guess you can also be part of the security detail. And if that is the case, I will give you another ticket for free. But I still need 2 of them to pay.
Maybe Mr. Dreckett can be the security man. He's got a big sword. Show him your cool new sword.
pull out the sword with all the shiny runes and stuff, and I'm like,
Wow.
I just won this from a wooden dragon construct thing.
Wow, I mean, that's pretty cool. Like, usually when I go to the fair and I beat these wooden constructs, I don't really get a sword. I mean, I get like a little pouch of candy or some food, but that's pretty cool. That's
This one
pretty
wasn't.
cool.
This one wasn't at a fair. I'll tell you that.
Oh.
Put the sword away.
All right. Well, sure. Well, we can make that deal if you want. So you get 2 tickets for free. That's pretty good, eh?
That's marvelous. Thank you so much, Felix, for your consideration.
No worries. Hey, Jonathan, is the security detail still alive? Right. No, we have 3 openings, as a matter of fact.
Oh, well then that's spectacular, actually. Ingwe, would you be opposed to, Ingwe makes an incredible guard dog.
Well, these fairbolgs always got some tricks up their sleeve.
He really does. He can sniff out an ill-doer a mile away. So.
Wow, I once saw a furbolg drop another person, like literally just straight on their ass. That's pretty cool.
But I'm more
Was
than
that a
happy
bugbear?
to.
I'm getting confused now. Never mind.
Well, Felix, we are more than happy to enlist our services in exchange for passage to Kronos. It is most appreciated, and should the need arise, I'm also more than happy to moonlight as entertainment.
Oh, double dipping, I see. That's great. That's great. Well, each of you will, of course, get your own cabin. Once we have cleared it up and, cleaned it up and all that kind of stuff, we'll be leaving in 2 days from now. We just need to refill a few things, and the band needs to have a break.
Small question, if I may, as well.
A small question for a small man. I like your idea.
You said the previous chef died. How was that? How did that occur, if I may ask?
So I can't tell you. I signed an NDA.
I don't know what that is, but all right.
It's very important. I don't really know what it stands for, but it means I can't talk about it.
Is it normal for
Yep,
people?
okay.
Is it normal for crew to die on these trips, or is that still?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said it hadn't happened before.
Yeah, fair
But
enough.
there's-
I can handle myself.
Hey, but it's improbable that a duck is ever gonna kill you, right? But the chances are never 0.
Ducks can be quite aggressive.
Yeah,
It's the geese
I
you
was
have to watch
once
out for.
chased by a turkey for 24 hours straight.
Oh, your legs must have been awfully tired.
But it's literally double my size.
The trick with the turkey is you gotta throw water into the air. They're sort of confused by it. They look up and they look up with their mouth open. And turkeys often
Wow.
drown in the rain, is what I'm getting at.
Wow. Oh, wow. That could have saved me 5 times already. Great.
Well,
Thanks.
now you
I'll
know
try
the
that
future.
next time.
There we go.
This is why he's the chef. He knows all about the birds.
Right. Well,
As I
get
tick
that
turkey on the
questionnaire
radio.
to me. Get that questionnaire to me as fast as possible. It's okay if you get a little creative, as long as you don't kill anyone.
Alright.
Felix, you mentioned that you needed to restock on some supplies. Is there anything that we can assist with? Anything you need to go pick up, or?
Nah, I think the rest of my crew's got that one covered. They're resting up, and then we start restocking tomorrow. And then, we have 2 days, so we're not be leaving tomorrow. We won't be leaving the next day, but the next day again. So technically it counts as 3 days if you want to count today. But then we're
What
good to
time
go.
should we report for duty?
We'll leave at 10 in the morning.
And how long does it take to get there?
It'll take us a week.
Maybe we should just walk.
Well, you can walk if you want to, but it'll take you about 2 months.
Oh,
And we have to swim.
Well, not necessarily swim, but it's dangerous out there, It's all good. You can do whatever you want. Or you can have a cabin.
Cabin does sound rather enticing.
And the best view in the entire world.
I do want to go on the ship.
There you go. See, I don't even have to use magic.
The chef's quarters more toward the center or on the outside?
Oh, you. Well, I mean, there's 4 of these rooms now available. You can pick whichever one of those 4 you want, I guess. 5, sorry, we have 5 because the little lady there is going to help you too, right?
Oh, yes.
Right. No problem.
All right. Closest to the center, by the way. Everyone just saying it now. Me, closest to the center.
Right.
Right. Closest to the stabulator. That's good.
Yep.
Right, well, we shall see you in 3 days at 10 a.m. Report for duty.
Sounds good. Make sure you get some, how should I say, anti-nauseation pills.
Oh, we've had awful luck with those in the past, but...
Well, better have them or not need them than need them and vomit in the soup, you know. That never happened. That never happened.
I've still got some of those pills we had last time.
Oh.
Cool.
Right, good. Right, well, thank you, Felix. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your understanding.
No problem. I just need you to sign your name in the book so I can work out how to put the proper name tag on your doors.
Yep. You want us to spell our names as our names?
You can also spell them as a fruit if you want. Does that help?
Right.
I can write your name for you, Mr. Drekic.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be insensitive about a situation.
Yes.
I learned last week.
Oh, okay. If you want to, sure. It's hard for me to know what I'm doing.
Right, the curse.
You can also just put an X there if you want to. Like, it's not really that super important. It's just so I can allocate the places that you're gonna live, so you have a name tag on the door, and then everyone doesn't have to be like, oh, do I want to go into number 1 and number 2 and number 3?
Oh, well, that's easy then.
Yeah.
And I just grab whatever pen it is and just put an X across the entire sheet.
Okay, that's gonna. Okay, right. Sure. He puts a little X on the correct line. Everyone else, please put whatever you want in there. I don't really care if you put in pineapple or whatever.
John.
Thank you.
Puts John Orsware.
Osware.
Orsware, yep.
Right.
Celeste writes down Sarah Gunner.
Right.
In her
Ingwe-
usual fancy over-the-top script.
Ingwe just writes I, and then where there's an X, he adds DI, so it's XDI.
Right. And Mana puts Mana. So. Right. All good. Well, we're good to go. Thank you very much. I'm going to go have a nap because I haven't slept in 72 hours and I'm starting to feel the ecstasy wear off. So, have a nice day. And he takes the book and he heads off.
Well, I think that went as well as we could hope it to.
Yeah. You got away with words, Celeste. I keep forgetting that.
So you're going to be cooking for an entire ship, Sean. Are you excited?
Not at all, but I'm happy to do it.
And I'm sure that we
I can help you,
help.
Mr. John.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I guess we'll see what sort of situation we'll be in while I'm there.
Security details surely can't be that difficult. What? How high in the sky?
Quite high. Where dragons fly, Drekkic.
So I will turn to like a random person that looks like they're local, and say, where can we pitch our tent?
Who are you saying this to?
We're up the top of a big tower, eh?
And Felix left. The only ones close by is the
just
people
tourists?
working on the ship right now. They're all left. They're all gone down.
Oh no, okay, I won't do that until we're down that one.
Well, I'm wondering, since we have, as we're walking down the stairs, Since we have a couple of days spare, I don't think it would be a bad idea to also try and get a little bit of money if we can. Just if we'd be staying here.
Meet
as it
some
is.
people. Find out. Yeah.
No,
That's a
perhaps
good idea.
perhaps there's some of those board things at the inn.
Notice board.
Yes, I don't read them personally. I just know they exist.
I'd really like to try and meet one of those guys.
The green people.
Like, yeah. No,
Not
the
green
like,
people, the cloaked.
No. The
Stingrays?
The stingrays, the flying stingrays.
I don't mean like the cloaked, like people. I'd
No.
also like to know what their position is.
The cloak people. Yeah, weird. I suppose they just. Are they helpful? Are there any that are close enough for us to talk to?
There's some going up and down the tower. Some are stationed in the tower as well, just looking.
Yeah, so I will go up to one of them and ask them where I can pitch my tent.
I am sure if you talk to Kraga's Inn, that's a place you can do so.
Oh, we could stay. Yeah, we could stay at the inn. This seems like there's lots of room though. Like, could we just pitch our tent in one of those orchards?
It's preferable if you don't. It's better
okay.
if you do it around the inn because that's a place where there is the amenities for such a thing.
Oh yeah. We want to poop in someone's yard.
That would be unfortunate. Yes.
Do I get a sense from them that they're like, because I'm treating them like they're the tourist helpline people? Do I get a sense from them that they're really upset that I'm talking to them? Like, is it like everyone knows don't talk to the green man, or like, do I gain any insight from the like, way that they approach it anyway?
Make a insight check.
24.
He definitely doesn't seem too impressed with the fact that someone approached him like straight out of the blue. And he keeps looking back and forth between everyone in the group and everyone else passing by. So even when talking to you, he's just keeping an eye on people.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. Are you doing it? Are you doing a job? Are you looking for? Can I help you look for things? Who are you looking for?
I'm not looking for anyone. I'm just keeping an eye out for the majority of the city's sake.
Oh yeah, we've just been hired for security on the airships. Is there something that we should watch out for?
Don't fall off.
No, but like, apparently, did the other security does security usually fall off?
I don't know. I don't work in
Airships.
security detail of the airship.
Yeah. Did he?
I work
did he
for the
hear,
city, so.
Did you hear about the attacks? And then they got the land back. It's pretty exciting. I mean, worrying if your village got taken over and your village got taken back.
Right.
So
Yeah, Kriegsguard and such, right?
yeah.
Yes, it was a wonderful change of events. Everything seems to be going the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, and what about did I can't remember the name of the place, but remember the place with the like over the river, with the red-headed elves people? Did that get taken back too?
No.
No. Oh no. I hope they're all right. Anyway, sorry. So I think you're not happy to talk to me.
I'm a bit busy. Sorry.
Sorry, what is your position exactly? We've seen several of you stationed around the city. Just curious. Guards?
I'm part of the city's scourge, so we look at individuals who may or may not look a bit out of sorts or up to no good, or people surrounded by large quantities of magic for various reasons, and we just simply keep an eye on them, and if there's any issues, we'll have record.
She'll cast a knowing look towards Ingwade, like.
And I'll just be like, so people like us then.
Well, I mean, I haven't ascertained if you are up to no good yet, but there has been some notes already on your behalf.
Any questions that you have, please feel free to ask us.
No, we
We're more than happy to disclose information.
Yeah, I'm
we don't have any questions at the moment. It's just a precaution, as you can understand. We have a lot of people coming in and out from various different places, so we are simply trying to limit the issues. We are in war, after all.
Absolutely, and we appreciate your service, and I think we shan't take any more of your time, but as you mentioned, we shall probably head to Kragar's Inn.
Right, appreciate it. Oh, excuse me. And he's parting through you, and you see that there's an individual who was walking past, and it's a gnome, and he just casts Dispel Magic, and he turns into a human instead, and he just grabs him and pulls him away. See you around. And then he just walks off.
Ingwe, I think that we made the right decision not disguising our appearance upon entering.
Yeah.
I feel
How did
like
he do that?
That, that's stopping the magic.
No, how did the human make himself look like a gnome?
Real little.
Wait, I
Yes.
thought the gnome turned into a human. Didn't that guy just turn the gnome into a human?
No, I think he was originally a human who disguised himself as a gnome, and then the person made him appear as a human again. In his original form.
Yeah,
Just
so
when
the,
I
so the,
thought I was getting a hang of magic. All right.
okay, that was a bit too much topsy-turvy for me. I need some alcohol to think this out.
Of course you do, Drekik.
You should know me by now, Celeste.
I hope
Things
we
keep
shall
me thinking.
go back to the inn, get Drekik his drink, and then we can have a look for our notice board and see if we can find a way to use our time wisely for the next few days.
So you also on the way down notice a like a street sign kind of thing painted on the side of the building on the inside to kind of help newcomers figure out what is in which way. And there's actually 2 inns in town. One is called Kragar's Inn, which is the one with the tents, and one is called the Howling.
That sounds cool.
There's also, how should I say, directions to get to the Eindark markets. There's the Hunter's Lodge. There is Plimpagard, which doesn't really say what that is. And there's a link to Brett's books and a link to the Improbable Possibilities, which has a little asterisk that looks like a magic sign.
Cool. Do. If only we have money.
and up the top of the thing, we still can't see the stingray dudes, right?
Oh, so at the top you can kind of see it, but it seems to be keeping a distance from the tower slightly. You can see them maybe 300 meters off, sailing by, and as you're up here, you would also notice that they are fucking huge, some of these. And there's 2 versions of them, now that you have spent a little bit more time looking at them. Some of them has the black dots, and some of them have the white dots on them. But other than that, they look pretty similar.
And no people riding them or anything like that.
Nope.
No,
There's
they're
no
just-
people on that level as well. And you can also actually make a perception check, because you were so interested in them.
Right, 12.
It looks like there's nests on the top of the wall. So each of the hooks have nests.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
love them.
Well, that's what you can see so far. But yeah, you eventually made it to the bottom of the tower, at least, where the signs are. And you can see all the signs like East Gate, North Gate, West Gate. Other than that, there's also one that links to the Glass Eye.
Sounds like
Whatever
something
that means.
Drekik needs.
You're telling me I'm blind.
And those clasps chains, they go from the top of the tower to down to the walls. Is that right?
So they go from the top of the tower to the internal side of the walls, but it's there's walk paths. There's more walk paths than what you can see on the one I sent you.
So we could walk down to the nests.
No.
We went up and then walked on them. No, okay.
You would have to go to the top of the council building. And then that's where the majority of the military is concentrated.
Yes,
and then
yes,
there's no way for an individual as yourself to get to the top of the walls without going through the Suffragan Council building.
Yes.
Which is
or trying to climb
like-
the walls and then they'll shoot me down.
Even climbing the walls seems like it's hard because the roots are so big. Like if a small roots, yeah, you can just grab them, but there's nothing to hold on to because they're just huge.
Yeah, but if I was a spider,
Yeah, potentially.
and then they'd shoot me. So
Not necessarily,
Halfway up
but
the wall.
it's definitely one of the things that may or may not be the things that the green people are looking out for.
yeah. Yep. I think yep.
But
That's
who
a
knows?
big looking spider. Oh well.
Hey, Jimmy, look at this asshole. You spell magic. Ah!
So, should we go to Kragar's Inn, and see if they have space for us to erect our tent?
I think that's a good move. If we head out there, we can A, find a place for us to potentially set up for the eve, and B, if they got a notice board, essentially find a bit of work before we head out.
See if Drekit can curb his withdrawals.
And if we don't happen to find work, at least we have a whole city to explore for a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Might be fun.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Oh,
All right. Krager's Inn it is.
Do they have somewhere there to park our horse and cart? Or are we trying to sell that now that we're here?
there's plenty of place.
Oh. I feel like we should sell them unless we're taking them on the airship with us.
They prove useful, but yeah, once we get back to Kronos, I think a lot of the use is gonna.
We do need to
Yes.
find our way back to your sisters.
So, just
True.
to remind you, you actually do have another card at your sister's as well.
That's right. Yeah, we got. That was the little single one, right? That we using. Yeah. That we
Will
used
I
from way
ain't?
back. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Throwback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We transported
With
rice. when we
Reynolds.
first met each other with this. Yeah.
Yes. Just because I've been keeping track of that in my mind, but I think that
Yeah.
everyone else forgot.
I honestly was thinking just like we borrowed theirs or something, like as an Uber service, because old mate Jonas was driving us around. So I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, that was their thing. No. We just
Run
borrowed
up.
services.
So, what do you think? Should we sell the horse and cart?
Well, between you and me, I think we should at least sell Janita.
Poor Janita. I don't think she can help it, Drekik.
Look, it's been days now. You'd think if it was some sort of bowel problem, it'd have passed, but it's still going.
Perhaps she has IBS. We can't hold it against her.
I think it makes it go faster.
Yes, like those giant creatures above us that shoot out stardust.
Except it's not
Not quite as
stardust that's
magical.
coming out, is it?
Anyway, we can look at selling Janita. Because once we arrive in Kronos, do you know of any way, a quick way, Mana, that we could get back to
King's Helm.
flanking King's Helm? Thank you. That'd say the
That's
kingdom.
faster.
Like,
Well, you could go by boat. That's probably the fastest if you want to. Yeah, or you can travel by horse, I guess, but the fastest is probably going by boat.
Well, some of your individuals managed to teleport us over to the mountains. They
Oh,
wouldn't be able
yes.
to-
Sorry, that is correct. That is also a possibility. We can probably do that if you talk to if we talk to the council once we get back. We might be able to sort that out. And remember, we have a house in Kronos.
True.
So potentially, we can have a housewarming party. We've never really had one, and I feel like that place needs to be a good memory now instead of what has happened there.
rest in
Of
peace,
course.
Shane.
Of course.
But I can definitely try to help you with that. That's not a problem at all.
It would be phenomenal. So then I suppose we don't really have need of a horse and cart from this point onwards. It's done us a great service till now, but...
Yeah, not really, no. I mean, if I can try to get the council to pay for it, and then they could stay here. So if you ever came back and you need one, it would be here. Or we can sell it. That's up to you.
Yeah, I don't like having people sort of owed favors and sort of being in situations where people got holds on you, so to speak. So I'd prefer to sell it personally.
Right. Well, that's up to you.
How long do you think we'd be away? I mean, if we are going to come back, I mean, eventually we'd come back, I suppose. But how long till then, do you reckon?
How long before you come back? I don't know.
Are you asking us generally?
Just general, yes.
I had no plans to come back, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, unless circumstances put us in a direction of having to come back here, or if the whole thing going on my chest ends up bringing me back here for some reason.
Yeah,
I ain't got much need.
I'll come back and visit your house with you, Jacket, if you want. But I don't know if we'll be back before we solve open the gate, and then if we open the gate, Celeste's probably not going to come back.
That could take years, couldn't it?
Opening the gate.
Mm.
Oh well, we've already done the first thing in a couple of days, so maybe 4 or 5 weeks we'll be done.
Right. Drakek's gonna walk to the cart and sit on it and just start longingly looking out to the distance for a bit and just keep to himself.
I feel as though he's homesick already and he hasn't even left yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, he'll get used to it. Right, let's go.
Right. So where are you heading?
Prague's in.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not super far because there's so much space here that you can speed up slightly more than you can in normal cities. And you very quickly arrive, maybe I'd say probably 20 minutes drive from where you are, at Kraken's Inn. And you can see that there's a lot of tents and there's a lot of small huts outside. It's almost like those luxury glamping areas where they have those little very well-built structure that looks really like tiki-like. It's kind of like that. It's just not built like that to be luxurious. It's built like that to be cheap.
It's like Firefest.
Yes, and you can see in the middle of that specific little favela, whatever you want to call it, that there is definitely tracks that looks like someone else has put down their tents and stuff like that. So it's a very common thing. But there's some that are structured and put there on purpose and has been there a while. You do notice that the inn itself is a little bit out of proportions, really. It looks almost like it's too big. It's like someone built a house, but they just upscaled it. It's a little odd, but yeah, I guess that's just the way it is.
Finally, a normal-sized house.
For you, it is also big. The door is twice Ingway's height.
Oh, so this is like another door.
Sorry, not the door. So the
Doorway.
So the inn building itself, that passageway, is at least twice the size of from Ingwe to top of Ingwe.
14 foot or something, right?
It's pretty big. Yeah. And the window is also slightly higher than you would normally expect. It's almost like someone didn't really know how to build a house, and then they just kind of ordered a house, and then they got the dimensions wrong. The tents are normal size, though.
Danica's told me about these sorts of things. It's like these pretentious assholes usually build them because they think like the bigger the house, the bigger they are. Like these double wide and high ceilings and all that sort of stuff. I have a feeling there's going to be a bit of an attitude to the owner, but just a heads up.
It almost looks like a drawing of a house brought to life.
Is this like a council building?
No, I think this is a public house.
So big.
Right, well, do we want to park the cart and the horse and make our way inside?
Sure. Drake, if this is the size of the building, imagine the size of Mead's.
Just his eyes just go wide and he starts deep breathing for a long time.
Sean sort of leans to Celeste. I think that distracted him a little.
I hope it's not going to prove to be a problem.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
Maybe I only need one.
There's a half-orc woman outside who's when you approach, she says, "Oh, do you want me to help you stable the horses here?"
That
Sure.
would be appreciated.
No worries. My name is Joy. I'm here to help. I work at the inn, of course, and if you need anything, just enjoy yourself here, and I'll take care of the horses and cart for you. I just need a name so we can obviously charge you for the stabling of the horses.
Yep. Can we pitch a tent too?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to pitch a tent. That's free.
Okay.
Well, actually, we're looking to sell this horse and cart. Actually, we have no further use for it. We'll be taking the airship in 2 days.
Oh, well, I
so-
can maybe help you with that too.
Yes, that would be appreciated if you could.
Right. Let me have a look over them, and I'll see what we can come up with, and maybe we'll buy them. We don't have a lot of horses and carts in this area. It's mostly other creatures that come by. So we do have some camels, but not horses.
Perfect. Well, it may make a good addition to your menagerie.
Right. Sure. But for now, just park them here, and I will take care of that.
We'll just grab our things out. Celeste
Yes.
reaches and grabs a knapsack and stuff.
If you need any help, let me know.
Joy, actually, wondering if you've, while you're here, do you know of any public notice boards of, odd jobs or help wanted or anything like that? Do you have one here?
We have one inside, yeah.
Perfect. Well,
It's not well populated at the moment, I must say. Most of them is propaganda about the war and stuff from the propaganda. I guess I shouldn't say that. That's probably a wrong word for it, but more like information about what's happening with the war.
well, thank you. We'll make our way inside momentarily. We'll just go and set up our tent and then.
Of course. Well, go right ahead.
Thank you, Joy.
Nice. And she takes care of the horses and cart. And
I'll meet you in there.
Hey, Ingwe. Could I set up the tent today?
Yeah, sure.
How does it work?
You just pull this thing out, and make sure you got enough room. And
As you yell, make sure you got enough room. I'm about to tug it. And I'm like, oh okay. Just walks over to an empty space and pulls the string, I guess.
As soon as you pull the string, Sean's like, "No, by the storm lord, not like that." I'm joking.
Ah! Just lets go of it, pulls the string, throws it in the air.
Right. Got an area set up.
I'm just amazed that worked as well as it did. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you to toss that.
I just kind of floated down into place, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Quite jumpy.
Well, I've never set this up before.
Well, it's just a tent, Drekik.
It's a magic tent. I understand, Trekik. It's magic. I get it. It's fine.
Right. Shall we go inside then? I do
Yes.
feel kind of weird just leaving our tent out here in the middle of. What if someone goes in?
I'm sure people would not
Wait.
go in.
What if we just take it down for the meantime and only set it up when we need it, right?
but then
I
what's
was
to stop
thinking.
someone just picking up the tent?
We'll take it
Isn't
with
it-
us.
Oh, we'll carry it as we're walking around.
The
Before
size of
that.
an umbrella, isn't it? Like approximately the tent.
once it's collapsed, yes.
Can I is there anyone around that looks I can ask about leaving the tent?
Yeah, so Joy has taken the horses away. Where there's a young boy, a young half elf, who's chewing on some grass and sitting on one of the little things you hitch your horses on. And he's just sitting there, just looking. He looks like he's in his 20s if you look from human age, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting there.
Hey, you there? Excuse me.
Yeah, man.
Do people just leave their tents unattended?
Yeah, happens all the time, man.
Do people ever get robbed?
No, that's why I'm here. I'm keeping an eye out, you know?
Oh, that's your job, is it?
Yeah, I have a badge here. It says camp security, and it says something you can't really see.
What does it say again?
Camp security.
Right. Oh, I see it now. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, between this and cleaning the toilets, that's pretty much what I'm doing.
Oh gosh, wouldn't want that job.
No, my security sucks.
Okay. Just turns around, just walks back.
I'm also a security guard. I'm at the same job.
Yeah.
Security boy's gonna look after everything.
I still don't feel as though we should leave our tent unattended. If anyone could just walk in.
Well, he has a badge that says supposedly camp security, I think. He told me it did.
Yes, but our tent isn't a normal tent.
I don't think he's a normal boy.
What does that mean? What's so unusual about him?
He seemed to prefer cleaning the poopers to security.
What sort of conversation did you have with this man?
Look, that's why I came back. Look. John, do you want to go test out those meads?
Sure. I just want to say that I think that's actually very valuable information, because that tells me that they don't like the watching of things, and thus security ain't the job they're probably going to shine at. So I'm going to hang on to this for now, for sure. And John's going to go put the tent back together.
It just means that you can try it again later, Drakik.
Yeah.
Practice makes perfect.
Maybe less throwing in the air.
Slide it in as far back on his back as he can.
No
You
problem.
go to grab like your great axe and accidentally grab it.
Yeah.
Whack! Well, fair enough.
Let's go grab a drink and check that notice board.
Right. So, again, there's no door. There's just this giant piece of red, slightly dirty cloth, but not like... It's not like dripping with mud or anything like that, because it is a little bit higher than that. But it is definitely not like brand new. As you enter, the place is a little darker than most of these places. And again, it seems like it's just built out of proportions. It's like super tall in here. And it's like there's this little landing area where you come in, and then there's a bar there that also looks very tall. Like you as a human, it kind of goes to your nose. That's how high the bar is. And stools are the right size, but they're like this thick. And it looks like most of these bar tables, they're like the right proportion slightly, but they're like really thick, like they're made out of really big, thick pieces of wood, which is strange. And then there's this little, like a staircase almost that goes a few steps up. And then there's like a long building where a lot of people are sitting and drinking and eating. And you can see that there's some movement in there, but it is kind of fairly dark in there. But at least you have entered what seems to be Krager's Inn.
Anyone else think this guy's overcompensating for something?
I feel like a child.
Overcompensating for what?
Welcome to Krager's Inn. How can we help you? And you see a giant dressed as a waiter.
Overcompensating for what was that, John?
Hello.
I never said anything. Damn it, I did. I can't lie.
What sort of alcohol do you sell?
Whatever you want, little man. Dwarven spirits? I got that if you want. Let me show you. And he walks
Okay.
around.
I've never
No,
been told little before in my life.
Now it kind of makes sense why the bar's so big. And starts taking these kegs off the side of the bar and starts putting them in front of you, and they're like sizes of like same size of you almost. And you can see that there's little almost like windows in them, so you can see the liquid like spilling around inside. And you can see what color it is and such. You're free to have a taste of anything you want, but if you want a proper drink, you'll of course have to pay for it.
Of course.
Uh,
Yes, Celeste.
oh, sorry, I was just going to ask. You don't happen to have a dry, crisp white, do you?
Dry, crisp white. You can see his large hands grabs this little bottle on the top of the wall and puts it in front of you. And this bottle is like a champagne bottle size. I think that's the smallest one I have.
I'm going to pick it up and read the label.
It just says white wine, handwritten.
Can you smell it?
I mean, it's not open, so from the outside it smells like white wine. But if it's good or bad, who fucking knows?
Fine. I'll take this bottle. Thank you.
Right, so that would be 5 silver, please.
Pretty good.
What
Not
about
gonna be
you?
Good wine.
What about you, Mr. Dragonborn? You are a white Dragonborn, so you need some rum. That is good for you in the snow.
This is someone who speaks my language.
Yes, I have seen many white Dragonborns, and they have always gotten fucking wasted.
I will have the strongest rum you have.
Good choice. And he grabs a little casket, and he puts it in front of you, but this casket is like this size. There's enough drinks in there for probably, if you had a party, maybe 3 parties. That one's the best.
How much is it?
For the whole casket or for one drink?
Both.
You can have 1 drink for 1 gold piece, so you can have the entire casket for 10.
You know what? I have just enough for a casket.
Great! And he takes it and he puts it in this paper bag. And he places it on the floor in front of you. And you can see there's no name on this barrel. It just has XXX.
That's got your name 4 times.
I know, I could read this one. It's like I signed it myself.
Either that or I feel like a stripper might just pop out of the barrel.
There's room enough.
Remind me to put this on Vartex's tab when we meet him again.
Yes, good luck with that.
Right.
Do you need anything to eat, any of you? Especially you, scrawny furball.
Mr. Giant. I'm going to speak to him in Giant,
Right.
and I'm going to say, I can't lie to my friends, and they really like drinking, but I don't. So I was wondering if you could get me a drink, and if you say that it's really strong alcohol, but if it could just be some like juice or something.
I see. I got you. And then he reverts back to common again. Well, furbolgs are known for their drinking, so I have a special thing just for him. And I wouldn't let any of you touch it. You might die. It's dangerous.
Well, I want some.
He grabs this bottle again. This looks a little bit like a like an absinthe bottle. It's like greenish and it looks really like disgustingly dangerous. And he puts it in front of Wingwee. Don't drink this one, Dragon Man. You will die.
Is it poison?
It is a special poison derived from the snakes and the toads of the wild. The Bavarian wild. Alcohol is the most dangerous thing to drink for anyone else than furbolgs. They have acclimatized to this.
Ingrid, are you sure that you want to drink this?
He will be perfectly fine. If he is a strong furbolg, he will be completely fine.
The big giant said that I'd be fine.
Are we talking like strong, like, hardy, can handle their drink normally, or are we talking like physically? Because Ingwe didn't do too great with their drinks the first couple times.
Oh, I just mean that he might be drunk if he drinks it, or he might not be drunk if he drinks it. But he won't die. Like you.
I'm worried for him now.
This would be useful.
It's simply biology.
I guess it metabolizes faster or something for furbolgs.
How much, Mr. Giant?
I will give you this one on the house, because I like furbolgs.
He's a bit racist.
What? He's just looking at Ingwe's drink, sort of smacking his lips now, wondering what the heck is happening, and wondering what it tastes.
Yeah, and from Ingwe's perspective, it looks like orange juice. But it's in a green bottle, so it looks really nasty.
Right. Ingwe, just try pace yourself with that.
I'll keep an eye on him. I don't plan on drinking much. I'm just gonna have the one, I think.
Can you speak giant?
Yeah, mine.
Maybe.
Orcish. I know John.
John, yeah. I was like, damn it, I can't lie. And then I'm like, wait, I can lie. Wait.
Fair enough. Does any of you want to eat anything while you're here?
What? Do you have a menu?
Menu? Nah. Do you like some meat or vegetables? Or both? We also have soup, but I don't know when it was made.
Do you have
Lucky dip?
bread by chance?
What?
Are you looking for like a sourdough?
Sourdough?
Yeah.
Most
bread.
dough becomes sour over time, young man.
Sure, but this is a particular kind of bread.
I don't, but maybe the markets do.
That's all right.
I have roast. I have chicken. I have roast, and then chicken.
What's the other? What is the roast?
This is a boar.
Oh.
It's
I've
the
had boar in
best
quite a while.
meat of the land, I tell you.
Let me ask, was this boar hunted from the local mountains?
It was.
Those are some hefty mountains nearby. It must be some good boar.
Best meat you ever had.
May sound like an odd question, but do they use that boar meat in many places in this city? Like, is that the sort of stuff they stock up for on the airships?
Sometimes, yes.
All right, I think I just got an idea. Before we skip over the drinks as well, you said you had a sort of like a wide array of all sorts.
Oh, I do. We do have a mixing pot as well if you want to feel lucky.
Oh no, I'm looking for something kind of particular. To drink from.
Well.
Around one of my favorites. Question for the DM real quick. What would be the closest equivalent to Eastern Europe in your world?
Eastern Europe, what, sorry?
Eastern Europe within the world?
That would be I forgot my own names. Let me just check them out. It's part of the kingdom. It is so Eastern Europe would be
in Valandor. In the
Valandor.
so
Okay.
there's two sections of the northern. I can't
Yep.
really say it like that. It doesn't really work like that. If you take the Duvet Forest,
Mm-hmm.
there's a river that splits Valandor with the region that you're from. It's
Okay.
right on the other side, technically, of that. That is where that's the coldest area in the kingdom.
That makes sense. That's perfect. Yep.
Right.
Balandon, was it? Balandor?
Valandor.
Valandor. Sorry. There we go. I'm gonna have a white Valandor. And if
White
you got
Valandor.
goat's milk, I prefer it with goat's milk.
Oh, I see. You want a white Valandor. I got it. And he starts mixing it for you. And you can just hear this. It's like a keg again. He's just like,
Yeah.
there we go. Does anyone else want a good drink?
No, I still have this giant bottle. I need to make my way through.
That is
How
a
much-
tiny bottle, little lady.
How much did you say it was for the roast?
I'll be 2 silver for the roast, and if you want veggies, it will be 3.
I will have the roast, but I'll also have the veggies because I feel like I need my strength.
Good choice. Does anyone else want something to eat? 2 of those? 3 of those? Are you sure? You can also just have veggies.
I'm good, thanks.
Right. Well, you need to keep your strength up for the drinking anyway. So, good idea. Well, it'll be about 10 minutes, and then I'll be done with the cooking, I think.
Right.
Here's your white Valandor. Enjoy that one. And it gives you like a little straw, but the straw is like it's just like a bamboo twig that's hollow. It's like this. It's like this thick.
Yeah.
Portion sizes are amazing here.
Yeah.
And he puts a little
3
umbrella
silver
in
and
it
the
as
food's
well.
gonna be.
Yeah.
Why has it taken me this long to come here?
I'm picturing a whole roast boar. It's not roast boar like the meat, the whole thing.
It's a whole roast pork.
Well, I mean,
John,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, since you're going to be preparing food on the ship, might I ask a favour?
Sure.
I think that I'd like to request that we all receive, good food. I know that when you are working on a ship, you tend to get scraps and leftovers and things like gruel and such. But if you're in the kitchens, it wouldn't go amiss for a couple of meals to be set aside.
Oh, sure. I'll sort us out. Don't you worry. I don't like to eat shit, so.
I've had my fill of grits and gruel, so.
No, I'll sort something out for us. Don't you worry. In fact, I got another dish, another specialty that I really enjoy making in mind. When I heard this boar meat, you'll see.
Rather excited.
Does everyone want to put their drinks over here on this table while we wait? And
no, sir. I will take care of that. You see, another individual has now approached you from behind the bar, which is an air genasi.
We couldn't see them over the top of the bar.
Nope, she was standing there the whole time. A female air genasi with like white, bluish hair in a ponytail, and she has very simple clothes. She has a little necklace that looks like it's made of little stones, and she's just kind of wearing like a just a piece of cloth over the top, and then she has like a dress, like a skirt made of very simple materials as well, and she's floating, and as she moves her hands, all of your drinks and everything that you bought is floating with her. Please pick a table, and I will put it there.
You want to look around to find a sort of secluded, kind of corner, boothy type.
Yep.
Taylor message board.
So go up the little stairs, and then to the left there's a little table there that's pretty secluded. Like there's people walking past, but that's a little secluded, and you can see all the windows are like very well decorated. It almost looks like church windows, but there's no glass in them. And she's like, "Here you go," and then she flicks a switch, and all these lights come on around you, so you have a little bit more visibility. And she places all of the drinks on the table, and she is just standing there. Thank you. Thank you for buying some of our drinks and some food. The food will be out shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No
All
worries.
good.
And she darts off.
Say, while we're waiting for the food, did you guys want to check out that message board? I mean, I'll keep an eye on the drinks. I mean, I can't really read, so...
Don't drink our
Sure.
drinks, Drekik.
No, of course I wouldn't drink your drink.
You're welcome to have a sip of mine.
I'll leave your drink alone. Yours seems very special. Mine will do me for a little bit.
It comes with a straw as well.
You just gotta like.
So it's like a
yeah,
straw.
Is
on
there
the
like
side.
a tap that I can pour drinks into, or is it just a big massive open thing?
No, it's like a cask. It's like a cask of beer, right? But then there's like another bamboo stick on the side, which is the straw, and then you have to like chuck it through the top, and then
So I'm like standing on the
It's
table.
like a Capri Sun.
it's like a juice carton.
Juice box.
Yeah, juice box.
I imagine there's like one of those kids' pools / sand pits under each of our feet for the amount of booze that will likely get spilled.
Just overflows.
Here we go.
Well, there's some fresh dirt on the ground here and there, so you can see that that's probably the case. That's probably been
Yeah.
some spillage.
Right, well, we'll go and have a look at see if anything of interest is posted.
All right.
There isn't a lot. So the message board itself looks more like it's a place where they put up like lost and found and looking for a job and stuff like that. It's not so much we're looking for someone. There's two things that are on there. There's one note which says investigators needed, meet under the orange tree at noon. And then there's another one that says the Ivory Clasp clon has looked into the disappearance of several of the what was the name? Several of the Opaya. Help might be needed.
Definitely that one.
And the rest of it's pretty much just normal stuff. There's like a wanted poster of some individual.
What do they look like?
It looks like a human man with a little bit of a goatee, long black hair. It just says, Pete, wanted for cattle theft. Reward, 20 gold.
I'm going to burn his image into my mind.
Right.
That could be a quick 20.
Did Ingwe go to the message board as well?
Yeah, and I would have telepathically read the message board, like the whole message board too, like all of the ones that you're like Celeste's. I'm not reading that. That's a you, but you now have the whole message board.
Wants to buy apples. Lost my cat. Have you seen this kitten? Would love to try to ride a horse.
Found glove.
Help with dating, 101.
Right, well, there are a couple of possible leads. Shall we go back to the table and discuss?
Yeah.
So if all of them went to the message board, Drekik would definitely try to steal some of Ingwe's. Take a sip of Ingwe's drink.
Okay, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
12 plus 2. 14.
Spit it out immediately.
Just go back to my drink.
Ingwe, you hear a message in your head. I got you.
I wonder what that's about. What
You
did
can see him.
wonder what he got me?
But for the few seconds that you had it in your mouth, it did taste sweet.
That's. Don't mention anything. Moving on.
So there are a couple of jobs there. Scoots back into seat.
Yeah.
There was a post about investigators needed and meeting someone under an orange tree. They said at noon. I'm not quite sure what the time is now.
That's right. 11-ish.
So that might be in about an hour, potentially.
An hour? Don't think I have enough time.
For what?
Finish his drink.
Well, I'm sure that they have, flasks and things.
Just put a cork in the top, and then you'll be right.
You notice that you can buy backpacks specifically for this.
With straws.
And it says Krager's Inn on them. But they are very high up, so you would not notice them because, obviously.
Smart
advertisement.
Yeah.
Do you reckon I could put it in the tent, and it would come with the tent?
Yes.
As long as it fit in the pockets, yeah.
It would be stretching it, but you could maybe.
If I poured it in the pocket, do you think that'd work? And I can just straw out of the pocket.
Well, then you need to always have the tent. And I don't know what it would taste like. It'd just kind of be floating around in there.
Yeah. I'm curious. If you do it, let me know. But
I might do it
yeah.
with a little bit.
Don't do it in my pocket.
Yeah,
No,
not
I'll do
mine.
it in my... I'm assuming it, like, that one is my pocket. The one on the far end where I sleep, yeah.
It is now.
Yeah,
Just as an FYI for everyone, Celeste sleeps in the far right corner.
Okay.
Just in terms of where the setup is,
Yep,
far
yep.
right corner is Celeste's area of the tent. I don't think we've ever actually discussed the sleeping arrangement.
No.
You never have.
I reckon Ingwe and John swap. There's like a drink spot and a Celeste spot, and we're like, why is this spots?
Yeah.
You're okay with that, John? We were just like,
I'd be in the back left.
John would definitely be like, "This is my spot," and then occasionally seeing away, and it'd be like, "Okay." Like sleep in his own spot.
So as you're having a little bit of a discussion about general things and such, there's another individual who approached you, and it seems to be a well-dressed little halfling, with like little sideburns. They're very too big. He's like a redhead, and he's like, "Hey, so you guys are new to town, right? Have you checked if you have any mail?"
Mail?
Yeah, I work with the Arcana Postis. So if you have any mail and it gets sent to any of our locations, then it gets sent magically to where you are.
Oh, that's rather interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What was the name of the establishment again, sorry?
Arcana Postum.
Arcana Postum. Dope. Where are you located?
Oh, we don't have a place. We just kind of walk around and try to catch new people. We do have offices around, so if you want to send something, for instance, that is on the outskirts of the Suffragan Council building, and we have a little side stand there. But we have a few of us who just walk around, kind of like mailmen, and ask if anyone has any thing, especially when they're new people, because yes, there's potential of tips.
Right.
Interesting.
Celeste would be very wary to give her actual name to a stranger in a new location.
He's not asking for your name.
Do I have any mail?
Right. If you place your hand on this stone, I will see. And he closes his eyes for a second. Oh, yeah, you do.
Oh,
There is a letter for you.
oh,
And,
So
he
popular.
pulls it out of his pocket, and he puts it in your hands.
how does that work? Am I drunk?
No, not yet at least. Maybe you are. I don't know. You're Dragonborn. It's hard to see sometimes. No, it's just magic. It's just it's a lot easier than trotting around for days.
Right.
oh, way faster than sending a bird. Can I see?
Sure. He can closes his eyes. Oh, yes, there's also a letter for you. And he pulls out another one. He gives it to
You
you.
mean
as well.
read that for your Drakic.
Maybe.
Right. Hold on a second. Oh, Ingrid, you got mail as well.
Wow, I wonder who'd send me a letter.
I'm so popular.
Well, it happens.
Mr. John, did you get mail too?
Yeah, I don't want to do this, but I feel like just in case Ball sent something to us or something.
Right. Well, place your hand on the thing, and I will take care of the rest. Oh, okay. Here's one for you as well. How about you, young lady?
Oh, I suppose if everyone's doing it.
Right.
She'll put like a finger on the stone.
You can see that he's visibly nervous now. Like he's trying to rush this for whatever reasons. Place your hand on it again. Yes, there's also a letter for you. And he pulls out the letter and gives it to you. So potentially tips.
Always brush your teeth after you eat breakfast.
Thanks. I meant the money kind.
How much is it to send a letter?
Oh, it depends on if it's a parcel or a letter. And Sean, you notice that your letter is from the magistrate's office.
Oh no!
That's just about as a.
Well, it costs a gold to send it, and to anyone, anywhere.
Look,
If it's interplanar one, it's a little more tricky. That happens occasional, but that's pretty expensive.
I don't have much on me, but here's a silver, I guess. If
Thank you
want
so much.
That, for just if no, nothing, just for the magic trick itself, that was quite crazy.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. What did you give him? Like a rock? Right, I'll put that in my pocket, and he puts it in his pocket, but it just falls onto the ground.
I'll
Right.
pick it up and say, it's magic.
Oh, right. Oh, I don't think I can carry any more of these because I have so many magic things on me. But thank you.
It's all right.
Celestial flip him a gold.
Oh, thank you. Now we're talking. Thank you so much. If you need to send anything, just remember, Arcanum Postum. And he walks off and orders to some other people and starts doing the same bullshit with them.
Right. Draco, would you like to pass me your letter?
Sure. What's your one about, by the way?
I haven't even looked at it.
Well, so if we start with the Drakic letter, it is a letter from an individual known as Jessia, which is his sister. It says, "Hi, brother. I'm confused. Are you banished or a hero? Question mark. I can't keep up. Congratulations on breaking away from the father. And if you're ever in the area of Crackwall, let me know. Also, are you a hero? Question mark. Banished? Question mark."
Where did she say she was?
Crackwall. The butthole of the world, to be honest. But considering her employment as a bounty hunter, that is probably not necessarily a bad place to be.
I heard the water's magical at Crackle. Like,
Not so much the water, but the beings in it.
no, my mum used to tell me a story about it. About how the water was magical and it was really beautiful. Was the most beautiful place in the kingdom. Yeah.
Correct.
It's not at all the most beautiful. Well, I suppose it depends what you define as beautiful, but most people it would be the other end of the spectrum.
An ugly place. Oh, weird.
I haven't gotten news of my sister for a while. This
Oh, this-
is different. How did she know to send me a letter?
Perhaps your father spoke to her.
Why did she think I could read the letter?
I cannot answer that for you, my friend.
I mean, we don't know each other that well.
Maybe the elders sent her a message.
Well, I mean, it's common to get someone else to read it for you. There is places you can buy people to read letters for you. Because not everyone can read, true.
Oh, we should go do that as a job. Make some money in the next couple of days.
Yes,
That is
I'll
another
read letters
possibility.
for people.
Read everyone's personal business.
Sean sort of leans over Celeste's shoulder a little bit and looks at the size of the writing to see if it was particularly big font.
It's normal font. But nice handwriting.
Fold it back up. There you go, Drekik. If we're ever in Crackvolm, we can go visit your sister.
Right. Sounds good.
Very well.
What'd you get anyway?
What does my letter say?
So yours is a letter from Jaina and Baro, saying that they are worried about Kura. He's gone missing and they haven't heard anything about him for days. Last they heard, he was heading north from Esperanza. I just wanted to check if you have heard anything.
Weird. I wonder why they sent me a letter instead of asking someone to come tell me.
And this one seems to have been dated about 2 weeks ago. So it's been there for a bit.
Actually, I don't know where they are. That's why. Got it.
Right, this whole service thing they got is a bit odd. What about yourself, Celeste?
What about yours, Jean?
Hmm?
What about yours? You got a letter as well.
What was that?
You got a... Am I muted? I can't tell.
No,
Oh.
just Jean being Jean.
He just voluntarily got.
You got a letter as well. I saw it, Jean.
Mm.
I'm so curious about our letters, but we can't know what yours is.
Man, this drink is pretty good.
You should try some of mine.
Sure. Trade. Sip for a sip.
Sip for a sip.
Celeste is going to read the front of her letter to see who it's actually addressed from, and not actually read it out loud, depending on what the actual circumstances is.
It's addressed to you from Tonan Roma.
No idea who the fuck that is.
Tonan is the individual that you talked to in your intro.
Oh, right. Yes.
But you didn't know his last name, but obviously you do now.
Yeah.
Tonan Roma.
Hey, John. Seeing as you won't let anyone else look at your letter, can I look at your letter?
You raise a very interesting proposal. What the hell?
I'd just like to see if it's fancy or plain.
It's a to whom this may concern type of letter. It's very formally written. It looks like it's almost printed, like stamped.
I'm gonna try and read over the shoulder.
Have you been summoned by the council as well? Do they want you back?
Make a perception check.
Something like that.
Anyway.
I'm sure.
Me?
No, anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Because you can't read.
20... not 20. 13.
Well, you get a few words. One of them is magistrate, King's Helm, return, legal, Valentorb.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest words in there. Like.
That looks important, Mr. John. I say as like he gets the letter passed back. Do you want me to read it for you? Can you not read either?
No, it's fine. I just had a feeling I knew what this was going to be, and you know, sometimes ignoring these sorts of things, they go away.
Like parking tickets for horses and stuff.
So whom it may concern. Sean's going to read it aloud.
Right. To Sean Ortenswall.
To Sean Ortenswall, sorry.
Somehow they have gotten your name because you never gave your name. We ask you to return to any of the offices of the Crown for a legal issue related to a brawl/fire in Valentorb. That's it.
What did you do?
No. I beat up a judgmental fuck for not helping in a fire. Yep, can't lie. That seems pretty clear.
Yep, that seems pretty clear to me.
Oh, it was Ingwe who set the fire in the first place.
True. Didn't
No,
know that at the
Yes, it
time.
was. How did you know?
Told us.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I said, "Did you just set that fire, Ingwe?" And you were like, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe." So Celeste will read her letter, but to herself.
Right. So, your letter, just for you, says... Let me find the right one here. It is, in fact, a message from Tonan. And he says, we need to talk soon. My debt has increased by 50 gold. Also, I feel like someone is watching me.
Can I also try and read her letter?
You can try to make a perception check.
Celeste would be like actively trying to like.
Make a sleight of hand.
18.
Oh, sleight of hand. 18. 14 plus 4.
Right. What would win in a situation like that? I would say that it's you. None of you really get much out of it. Anyway, you get the name of the front that says Tonan Romar. Other than that, you don't really get anything. And Celeste, you spill a little bit of your drink on yourself.
A massive bottle.
Yes. And as that happens, the food arrives as these 3 tables of wild boar floats through the building and lands in front of each of you. And you see the Genasi is like, hey, here's your food. And all the vegetables are inside, so it flavors it nicely. My name is Penny. If you need anything, let me know.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
Penny.
No, thanks. She floats off to another table.
So they're just like whole boars.
Yeah, so like if you had like let's say a desk worth, like this is probably the head, I think. Then you just have a whole. So there's something weird out going on with the prices, but other than that, yeah.
How does this guy stay in business?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So
Right.
that's way too much food.
Celeste is 100% gonna like pocket as much as she can.
It is the most juicy meat you have ever had, and it just tastes amazing. Whatever the cook has been doing, definitely worth the money. Probably a little bit more considering the quantity, but he's definitely know what he's doing.
Sean, you should learn from this guy.
I was just about to say, I want to speak to the chef if we've got time. I think I could learn something from him. I mean,
We all know my roast was almost this good.
Why don't we split up? John,
Yeah.
you go talk to the chef. Celeste, maybe you can go find the orange tree, and I can ask if there's help needed with the opia. And
What about me?
I thought you said you were staying here. I mean, you can come with me. You can go.
Yeah. I mean, we just need somewhere to put the drinks, I suppose.
I thought we were putting them in the tent.
I thought
Yes.
we were getting backpacks.
I doubt I have the money
We're
for a
all on
backpack.
different pages.
These things hit harder than I thought.
Why would you need a backpack to go to the kitchen?
No, I mean to take our drinks, when we're on the go.
Right. And as you'll think about that, we will have our break. So we are a little late on the break side. So
I literally
We'll
feel like
be
a
back.
tourist in this city. Like,
Yeah, I was literally thinking when it's like, yeah, these basically like table-sized platters of boars come. I literally thought it's the equivalent of when you go to a restaurant all the time and you know the portions, and some new people come along and they're the assholes who order like way too much, and you're just sitting there like, you fucking fools.
Yeah, it's like 11 in the afternoon, and you're sitting there in Spain, and then suddenly you get a beer, and it's a small one, but it's like a fucking.
Yep.
I have 5 silver.
It's like Australians going to America and like ordering, oh yeah, I'll get the large pizza, and it's like,
Yeah.
Fair. Right. Well, let's go on a break, and then afterwards we can continue talking about food if you want. Right. See you in a bit. Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was purely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story.
Into it.
Woo! I'm
And
hoping I
we
don't
are
have bolognese in my
back again.
beard. I mean, what's up?
Not more than usual. There you go. So, before when we left off, you had your meal, and it was delicious. We're talking about talking to the chef, and there was a whole bunch of different things going on. But we finally had some time to sit down and have a meal together.
Or 7.
Well, I mean, counts as one.
Celeste, stocked up all her rations and was just like, put it all in, ravens.
I feel like drying this stuff out, you could get some pretty good sort of jerky out of it.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah,
How long does it actually take to dry out meat?
a couple days. Yeah.
Just need some salt.
I mean, it's already been seasoned and dry, cooked, so that might change things. I only know how to really dry out raw meat.
Leave it in your hands to figure out, Jean.
Right.
You are the chef.
Scoop some up some way, somehow.
Right, so now that we've all kind of had lunch, there was the advertisement to meet someone under the orange tree at noon. If you wanted to go and talk to that person.
Ooh.
Do we all want to go together, or?
Yep.
Sure. I imagine it's probably damn close to that. We're coming up on 11 before. Just grabbing handfuls, shoveling them in my mouth before we go.
Find where this orange tree is. I haven't seen any orange trees on our path towards.
No, we've mostly seen apple trees.
Penny.
Yes.
Penny, hi. I was wondering, do you know the location of the orange tree?
Orange tree. Well, there's only really one orange tree in the city. It is near Brett's books.
Oh, right. Perfect. Thank you.
Wait, no, it floats off again.
Well, when everyone's had their fill, we can make our way towards Brett's books and see if we can find the locale of the orange tree.
Excuse me, Penny. Sorry.
Yes, master.
Don't call me master, surely.
I said mister.
Oh, sorry.
It's an
Sorry.
accent thing.
Is there
It's
a
like
way
mustache.
for
I'm not saying
alcohol?
moo.
I'm sorry. I just completely misheard. I'm blind and apparently deaf also.
Right.
Is there a way to store our drinks so that we can come back later? Or do we just take
I'm
them?
sure it wouldn't be a problem.
Because we're going to be here for a couple of days is all. So,
Well, we can make a tap if you want.
thing is, I've only drinking like three glasses of this, so...
Oh, that's okay. You only had a small one.
Uh-huh. This is a small one?
Yes, of course. Like the big one's over there. And you can see the giant guy is lifting a barrel, and it's still pretty small to him, but it's literally like bigger than the four of you together.
Right.
Just put it
You
in
know-
the tent, Drekik.
I think we'll just put this in the tent.
We sell them wagon size that comes with wheels.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of our wagon right now. We don't need another one.
Well, I'll ask. Don't worry. How long are you here for?
2-3 days. Something.
Right. Let me check. And she floats over, and she gives you the thumbs up after talking to the big guy. Literally a big guy.
All right, cool. That sorts that out.
Crisis averted, Drekik.
I was worried for a second. I spent all my
know.
money on something I couldn't have.
No, I saw the pallor change of your skin.
Well done, Miss Celeste. See, we're such good investigators. You've already solved the first clue.
Did I?
Yeah, where the orange tree is. You
Right.
figured it out.
I don't think that was part of it, but good sign, I hope.
Seems like a good test.
Right, Jean, are you finished eating?
Yep, I'm good to go whenever.
All right, we're going now.
All right.
Do you want us to store the food for later as well?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
That would be appreciated.
Right. Put this one in the extra oven. Just keep it warm for them.
Perfect.
All right. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you upon our return this evening.
You bet.
Man,
Right.
this is a really nice place.
It is quite. I can see, definitely see the appeal.
I tried to keep myself not drunk this time.
Appreciate that, Draken.
Definitely feeling the warmth, though.
I've
Definitely
had most of the appeal on my plate.
Hey, Ingwe, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm full.
Like that drink of yours didn't send shivers down your spine or anything?
No, I'm good. I know how to see if stuff's poisonous, but good to know. Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Right, let's make our way over towards Brett's books and see if we can find this orange tree. I think I remember seeing a sign for it when we came out of the air service.
You definitely do.
All right.
There's street signs every now and then. It seems to grow out of the trees almost, with a little bit of help. But yeah, it doesn't take you long. It takes you maybe 40 minutes, and then eventually you end up in this general area. This looks like housing, but then there's one of these buildings that are Brett's books, which is a little bigger, a little bit elevated, almost like a canopy. And there's an orange tree within that little favela.
Right, found it. Is there anyone waiting near
There's
the orange tree?
there's an individual sitting on a little bench underneath the orange tree, and he just sits there. He just looks like he's waiting.
Right, shall we speak to them?
Ooh, thank you for
Let's
the
go.
raid. Down under dungeons. I think I read that right. Well, it's all drows. But yes, you find the Brett's books and the orange tree and the individual sitting underneath, and you notice he's human, and he's wearing mostly black leather, like a leathery kind of I think it's called a brigandine. I think like it's kind of like a puffy jacket, but it's like puffy because it's like padded, so it's kind of like armor. And he's wearing black leather pants, and everything he's wearing is pretty much black. And he has like a black little mustache, and he has like a long black hair in a ponytail. And he's covered in like daggers here and there. You can see little daggers sticking out everywhere. And he's just sitting there.
And he has no resemblance to Pete.
No.
Right, just wanted to double check.
They have a similar hairdresser, but not no traits from there.
Right. As they're walking towards this individual, kind of put my hand and wave towards them.
He just stands up from the bench and just folds his arms across and just kind of eyes you up and down, all of you, as you approach.
Hello. We're just responding to the advertisement. Investigators needed.
All right. Interesting. I would have hoped for some locals, but this might actually work. Well, sit down. Let's have a conversation. Actually, no, wait. We should probably do this somewhere else. Right. And he,
Is it?
a little bit. And he walks a few steps away from the orange tree. And then he folds his hand together, and some kind of magic starts weaving between his fingers. And then a little bit of it's almost like a hole in the ground that opens, but it has stairs going down. And you see that this is not like he didn't create this magically, but he opened whatever this was magically. And then he says, come with me here. This is a place where we can talk in peace. And he starts walking down the stairs. And this seems to be not catacombs, but a place where the dead are stored. In the city.
Do I get the impression that this could potentially be some sort of a trap or an ambush or sort of anything? Could any harm, I guess?
You can make a insight check.
Really, really good at those. Oh, actually, I'm not bad at those, actually.
We'll see.
You could be worse.
No, that's cocked to the gods. 12.
Seems to be, I guess, just trying to be secrecy.
Right, okay. After you then. She'll make her way down after him.
But he just walks down, and then as soon as you go around the corner, there's a little bit of an opening where there's more room, and you can see there's like a whole bunch of little urns here and there with the ashes of individuals who has been cremated after they passed away, and that seems to be something that's most likely, as far as you can see from the design, something that's under most of these favelas. So it just seems to be a way to store them in a respectful way.
Is it mostly dirt or is it stone?
It's stone. It's all stone.
John's definitely last down. And as soon as they get to the bottom, sort of like immediately realize that we're like in the place of people being buried in that, and like trying to clean the grease out of my beard and like the marks of my thing stuck in my bloated stomach a bit. And
Right. Well, so do you all go down, or is anyone staying up?
I'll go down.
Right. So after everyone goes down, he kind of does the same thing again, where he's kind of weaving a little bit of magic, and then it kind of closes up again, so no one can go down after you.
Can I try and figure out how to do what he did?
You can make an Arcana check to figure out what he did.
It's a good roll. 21.
It doesn't actually seem to be a spell he's casting. It seems to be because he's wearing little arm braces, and those braces have something attached to it, almost like a key. So it's not something that he's suddenly just creating out of nowhere. It's definitely something that's been there the whole time. And as the opening closes, it becomes darker, but then he lights some of the torches and stuff like that. Right. Well, excuse me for the secrecy. It's for the best. This might actually come in handy because you guys aren't actually locals. Great. Well, let's get to it then. I guess you're here for the job, I hope.
Yes, we saw the notice on the notice board.
Right. So, there's a few individuals in this city who has been seen at night wearing dark clothes, sneaking around in the corners. We're not worried, but it is concerning, and we just want to have someone have a look at it. And every time we try to get close, obviously, it's easy to spot.
Is there anywhere in particular that these individuals has been seen skulking?
Mostly around the Hunter's Lodge, but they have been noticed a few different places. Also in Plimpagard, but that's mostly because they stick out amongst all the other gnomes.
And what is it exactly that has aroused all the suspicion? Is it simply that they are being seen at night wearing dark cloaks, or...?
Well, in normal circumstances, it doesn't necessarily mean that anything dangerous. It just could be potentially something sinister. It could also just be that, I don't know, fantasy farming. Like, that's a thing. Yeah.
And you mentioned that they stand out amongst the gnomes. Am I to take it that they are more human-sized?
Yeah, they're closer to human size. Some of them slightly bigger. I'm assuming that some of them might be orcs. But, I mean, that doesn't really mean much here. Like, half the population is probably orcs.
Is there a particular time of night that you've noticed these individuals become more prevalent?
Around the midnight phase. Between midnight and 4 at night. That's usually where
Just
things
prime
happen.
skulking hour.
Yes, so we have a lot of guards, but at night it's a little hard to see from, up there.
Are there any particular reports regarding anything gone missing in that area or people in trouble
No.
that time?
So the problem here is that we don't actually have a specific concern of what they're doing because we don't know what they're doing. But sneaking around when it's almost like there's a few of them. So far, we've probably had 7 reports of this. It's curious, and we would like it investigated. And of course, we have issues getting too close.
Mr. Sergeant, Colonel, Captain, man.
You can call me Corazon.
Mr. Corazon. I am a little bit worried because I tend to change my shape. And I saw the man when we arrived. There was a man that had changed his shape, and then one of the guards got him straight away, and then took him away. If I change my shape, how do I not? Is it illegal? Can I not do that? Can I change my shape?
It's not illegal, but we do investigate it when newcomers arrive under the disguise of something else. That is a bit concerning, and we would like to investigate that, of course. I'm sure that individual that you have seen has probably already been released, unless you had some issues that we needed to address.
So will the green men know that we, the green cloak men, will they know that we're like investigators and
I can inform the clan that you are working with me. But I would still try to keep my distance from trying to disguise myself, simply because if anyone can see, it does stand out, especially in this city.
Yeah.
But I can inform the clan, no problem.
Clan, did you say?
Yes, so that's our, that's the Scourge. Clan, as we call them.
Gotcha.
Green wizards, whatever you want to call them.
Wizard? Sort of look at Ingwe and raise an eyebrow. Green wizards.
No, Miss Celeste said I'm not a wizard.
No, I know. I just interesting. I just remember when you thought you were. Now, I mean, green sometimes also refers to like environmentally friendly and that sort of thing. And I know you're love for nature, so I just thought.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like this place is not the same, but like my home.
Right.
Interesting.
Where I come from, it's different, but the same magic. So that's why. Are you sure I'm not a wizard, Miss Celeste? Anyway.
As interesting as this case does seem, there wasn't a mention of a reward on the notice board, and I did just want to discuss payment before we agreed.
Well, the reward for this would be 200 gold.
Right, and what do you deem job completion?
So I need to understand what they're doing. I need to figure out what they're doing, if it's of worry to our nation, or if it is simply someone cheating on their wife. You know, I need to know how serious this is. So we are still at war, and this is yes.
Whether it poses a significant threat to the population, or whether it's just harmless civilian matters.
Correct. I'm sure it's not a problem. We don't ask you to fight anyone. We don't ask you to fight anything. It's mostly investigative matter at this point, seeing that there's not really been a lot of issues yet.
Well, you'll be happy to know that it is quite our speciality.
Perfect.
And where can we find you once the job has been completed and we have the information for you?
Well, once you complete the mission, there's no longer any need for secrecy. So you can find me at the Solaran the Sovereign Council. So in the tower.
Can we just ask for you by name?
Yeah, just ask for me, Corazon.
Right. Perfect.
All right.
If you're from there, do you know about the Opiers and what's happened with them being missing? That's the other job we're looking at doing today.
Well, I mean, I know that it was investigated, and there's definitely been a few of the larger ones disappearing, and they wanted to look into it.
Is that you too, or do we?
No, not really. Like, that's not really a security threat, to be sure. I'm part of the let's just say I'm part of the Scourge, to make it easier to understand. But that is more of a druidic question, if you can say it like that. We do have council members who are druids, and one of them in particular is the one who's looking into this.
What is the purpose of those creatures, might I ask?
No purpose. They just have blessed us with their presence, and they are extremely rare. It seems they only really exist in this area. They are peaceful. They are seem a bit of holy creatures for some of the local population. Almost like angels watching over the people, if you say it like that. Of course, they don't do anything. Like, they're not like actually watching over anyone. But the individuals who work up in the air and keeping everyone safe don't really get the credit. So, yeah, sure, the angels. But
Interesting. They're rather fascinating creatures.
yeah, they're rather big too. That's also why maybe it's been a bit of a concern that some of them have gone missing. But that is a whole other ball game. That's not really me. Yeah.
But is there anything else of note that we should take in our approach to find these individuals and what they're up to?
So far, we don't have anything else than black cloaks.
Right. Well, we shall see what we can find for you, and report back hopefully tomorrow morning.
Sure.
With our findings.
Sounds good. And if you want to investigate the Opeyas, you need to talk to Beatrice in the council. She's one of the head druids. She's the one investigating that.
Understood.
Right. Well, yes. Sounds good.
I do have a question, if you don't mind me asking as well. You mentioned a hunter's lodge earlier.
Yes.
What sort of work they do there? Is this more like a...
Well, it's more like they hang out and talk about the things that they have hunted and such. Because of the nature of this nation, it's not so much a hunter's lodge as what you might, as human, expect. It is more of a place of telling stories about your hunts.
Right.
There isn't trophies or anything like that there. It's more like a club for individuals who like the survival element of surviving outside of the walls of a city and such.
Like thrill junkie rich folk?
No, not really.
Oh. Interesting.
It's just more of a place, like a club of sorts for individuals who enjoy the outdoorsmanship more than others. There's some fishers there too, I think.
I'd have to give him a little howdy do later.
Well, feel free to do so. They're usually open most of the day.
All right. Thanks. Sorry, I know it was a little off topic, but appreciate it.
That's all cool. It happens when a new person arrives in the city. Right.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We shall hopefully check in with you tomorrow.
No worries. He
Should we,
opens the door again, if you can say.
right.
Did you have another question?
Who?
No.
You? Young lady?
No, I was pointing up, like, how do we get out?
Right.
Then you opened it, so it's fine.
Well, you're free to leave, and then let me know what you find.
Well, thank you. And don't forget to let the Scourge know that we are going to be investigating and to not attack us, should we not appear as ourselves.
Duly noted.
Right. Go back out. And
Right.
I want to see if there are any ripe oranges on that orange tree as I come out.
Right. As you all leave, one by one, the entrance behind you closes, but he did not leave. There is ripe oranges. You can probably get a 4
Grab a
without
couple
going
oranges.
nuts.
Grab a couple oranges.
Right, no worries.
Right, well, seems as though we can't begin that investigation until, well, I'd say later tonight, about 10:30, 11. So do we want to go and speak to the Beatrix?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we should do that quickly because if we're going to get up in the middle of the night, we might have to go to bed early.
Early rest.
Can I, just before we move on, ask a DM question? How big is the orange tree? Can I fit inside it?
Yeah, you probably would.
Yeah, so later, just for future reference, that's a tree that we could come through.
Where we can hide.
Right.
Yeah, let's. I'm really. Hopefully, we get to meet them. That would be the way that you'd investigate, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you talk to them?
Well,
It's,
absolutely.
Mr. Drecker, is druids like, are they like priests of your religion?
No.
No.
They are like shamans from time to time, but not really part of the religion itself, because that's more nature,
No.
as you know.
Not part of my religion. Not that I know of, anyway.
Shall we head over then to the?
I do think that you're the best person to speak to them, Ingwe.
Sure. Yeah, I can talk to them.
You know their ways more than we do, I suppose.
I was more thinking he's the only one out of us that could speak to them.
That too.
No, but we've got to go and talk to
Oh yes, to Beatrix first.
To Beatrix first.
Yes, but I'm talking about the actual creatures themselves.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hopefully. They're large. I hope I can talk to them. That'd be awesome.
Sure you can.
Intriguing.
Right, we'll try and find our way. Did you mention that you should be at the council building?
I don't know if they mentioned a location.
The Ivory Clasp con.
Never mind. I take that back.
That was on the note.
Oh, right. Let's go then.
So,
And so they walked.
They takes a little bit.
Walked.
On the way to the council building, you do notice that there's a large, almost fortress-like structure in this building as well, in this city, which doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the buildings, but seems to have been built out of ordinary materials and out of stone and wood and such, but in a more human-like nature, if you can say it like that.
Can I also, while we're walking, see if I can see other people wearing the things that Old Mate had on his wrists, Khorasan had, to open and close the doors?
Make a perception check.
23.
You don't see anyone, but you do notice that the guards aren't wearing them either.
Mm-hmm.
That building that we walked past, is that the Quesadon?
Nope, that's the Gats.
Ah, yep. Okay, so we're going the other way.
So the Quesadan is technically the court, if you can say it like that. Yeah. So you're going the other way on that.
Gotcha.
Right. So eventually you end up at the this large tower, and there's a lot of guards there, but it's open. Everyone can go in and out as they please. The tower itself is mostly constructed of. It's almost like it's hollow in the middle, and then there's this whole bunch of buildings built in a circle around it. So if you're inside one of these buildings, you can look across to another building, like through the windows and such. But when you're in the bottom, you have to go up the stairs to kind of go wherever you want to go. But it's like the buildings are pointing the opposite direction inwards instead of outwards, which is a little odd. But, yeah. And there's just buildings after buildings going up.
How do we find who it is we're looking for?
I was just thinking that.
There's a few signs as well. So this
Is there
one says to the Druids keep. There's a few other ones to see that the mages, for instance, also have one. There's an observatory, library. There's a few different things here.
Oh, I think that's what we want. Druids. Ingwe, why don't you lead the way on this one?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. You want me to go and ask about Beatrix in the druids? Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, follow the instructions and the signs. We walk and walk and walk and walk and walk and walk, and you probably end up walking for like 25 minutes, going straight up until the top. And as you finally get to the top, the entire top of this tower is just covered in greenery. It's like this is a giant garden. And you can see these large creatures are flying, maybe 20 meters above your head now, above you, between these different places. And there's a bunch of individuals who seems to be tending to this garden. But no buildings.
This is my kind of place. Do they notice us as we walk in?
They do seem to notice you, but they don't seem to take much care of it. Like, there's walk paths and such. Most of it's like grass, and then there's like a little bit of a dirt path walking around. So it's a fairly big place, but this is a place where they seem to be harvesting herbs and some fruits and such.
Oh yeah, but we're still not close enough to the Ophias.
You wouldn't be able to touch them unless you like go 20 meters higher up than where you are.
Jump. I just want to talk to them.
Depends on your range.
Hello. Wow, you guys are amazing. Like, is that if I could just shout at them, because they can understand me even before I can understand them.
What?
Oh, unless they're not beasts, in which case they're not animals.
So you talk to them, and they don't seem to
Respond.
really respond. But then one of them stops, and it's just in front of you, just like floating, while it's looking at you.
I'm going to fast cast, so burn a spell slot to speak with animals.
Okay.
Hello. We're investigators here to find, to help to find the lost ones, and we're supposed to talk to Beatrix. Are you?
She's over there. And then it flies off. You can see that the instructions given is towards one of the individuals who are tending to some of the herbs at the moment.
So I would be shouting that conversation.
They don't seem to notice. They seem that's probably very normal.
So Beatrix would have heard me say that I was looking for her.
Well, she seems to stop when you shout and just look. She seems to be dressed in very common clothes. She's wearing almost like she's like the big gloves and stuff like that, like working in the garden kind of tools and such. She's like, I don't know, the impression you got that she was one of the people in charge of the druids, and she looks like she's just some person doing the gardening. And she has like a big summer hat on and stuff like that to block the sun. But,
Oh, look, there she is.
Jenna, waves.
Hey, Beatrix. We saw the sign for you for coming to help, and we wanted to come and help. Hang on.
Nods, and then she comes closer towards you as well. And you can see that it's a elf. It's an elvish woman. Seems to be of an adult state, so that can pretty much be within a certain period of time between 150 years, I think, to almost 1,000. But she seems to be a young woman. And she puts tools in her belt and stuff and says, "Oh, hello. Right, I heard you talking to the au pair. Right.
Yeah. He, they, it, her. Anyway, they're not. They said that we need to come. We're pretty interested in helping, and we have some skills. My friends. Come on. It's all right. This is Beatrix. She's
everyone.
An elder here, I think. Are you an elder here?
I wouldn't call myself an elder, but I am one of the people who are focusing on these specific individuals.
Oh, okay. Well, how can we help?
Well, please sit down, and these tree trunks just come out of the ground like chairs.
Ooh.
And then she just sits down on one of them. Would you like some tea or anything?
Oh, yes, please. I'd love. I haven't even eaten some food for a couple of days. How did you do that?
Right. It's a long story. I think we all have our own tricks. Right. And she waves to one of the nearby trees, and you see this little chimpanzee kind of look up. She's like, and jumps into a bush. And after a few minutes, this chimpanzee comes over, and he's wearing like a little suit. And he's like, puts the tea on another tree trunk and kind of serves it for everyone. And he's like, okay. Like, yes. And she gives him a banana, and he runs off.
Does he? Can I understand him? What did he say?
He just said, anything else?
Thank you very much.
What? He just says, no worries.
Oh wow, yeah, that was a cool monkey. Anyway, sorry. Should we get down to business?
Sure. Well, enjoy your tea. Yes, so we've noticed a few of the bigger ones have gone missing. And I mean, normally this happens. Life has a circle, it begins and it ends. Fortunately, some of these ones weren't quite old enough to die on their own, so something would have happened to them. And we're kind of curious is probably the wrong word, but worried, I think. So we've obviously tracked them, so we know that they majorly stay in the city, and within the city we would have known if one of them had died, so it must have been outside of the city that this has happened.
And what did their friends say?
Well, some of them say that there's a cave outside of the city in the mountain region that they sometimes go to for nourishment, which is, when you see they're sparkling. They go there sometimes to replenish on certain minerals there. And they say that some of them went there and never came back, and that seems to be the general consensus of where the incident is.
Oh wow! And do you know? Do you go to? Do you know where the cave is?
I know the rough area of the cave, yes, but I haven't been there.
Oh well, maybe we should go and check it out. I'll talk to my friends about going and check it out. Should we walk? Do we walk there? How would we get there? Maybe we could ask the peers.
I don't think you should involve them themselves. They're very peaceful creatures. Any kind of involvement from the outside is not really welcome, if you can say it like that. It's something that, like, these are holy creatures for us, so touching them, for instance, is not okay.
Oh, and should I not talk to them?
It's okay to talk to them. We do talk to them sometimes, as long as we do it in a respectful manner and we don't spend too much of their time. They don't have, how should I say, they have a limited amount of energy during the day because of the sun. On nights, they're more active.
Okay.
But during the day, they're slower, they're more docile, and they tend to sleep a lot.
Okay. Who can I talk to about where the cave is?
Well, I know the rough area where the cave is. On the mountainside, not far from here. It might take half an hour to maybe 40 minutes if you're on horseback to get there.
Okay.
It's not easy to necessarily get there, so there might be some climbing involved. But
maybe we should go on goats.
Goats?
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea, but I don't think there's any goats in this region.
Oh yeah. Half an hour.
There could be one. Sort of raise an eyebrow at Ingwe again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, of course that.
Good idea. And not not them.
Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Furbo.
We came from the kingdom.
No, I mean you. Where are you from?
I I don't know the reference in this world. Part of where I'm from. I'm from a place that's similar to. Nah, it's different, but similar. And in my culture, we get sent out into the world and have to find our way back.
Right.
Yeah. And I've only been here 33 days. I don't know how long it is.
Yeah, probably very close.
Yeah, there's a few of my friends come out and like I would begin and then assume that someone will interrupt me telling the story of everything that we've done.
Right. He seems to listen. Seems to, at some points, kind of look away. Like she just has a hard time remembering everything, but she's listening.
So, sorry to interrupt, Ingwe, as fascinating as the story of our life is, I'm under the impression, given the conversation that you've had here with my compatriot, that you believe that this creature has gone missing somewhere between here and the mountain.
Most likely, yes. Or at the mountain.
And, sorry, in which direction is that?
She points to the southeast.
And
Actually, sorry, the east. Yeah, east.
And so we are currently at the top of that tower,
Mhm.
correct? Of the center tower.
Yep.
And she said it was like a 30-minute, 40-minute walk to get
On horseback, yes.
there.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
Is this the same mountain we saw lightning strikes on?
Nope, that's a different one. You can also see that one a little clearer now, which is further away.
Okay.
But there is a mountain region right next to the city where the base of the city is pretty much where it starts going upwards. So that is the, let me just find the thing here. So that's the Typal Ridge, as it's called.
Okay.
Which is a large mountain chain that leads, it's pretty much separating the Tameless Green with Samara, which is the more deserty kind of area on the other side of that mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, as we're kind of standing there, I'm going to pull out my spyglass again and like just look out towards that area, because I'm assuming if it was one of those big creatures the size of like a house, if it like just was shot down or something in that general vicinity, like I'd be able to see it potentially, like a mass on the ground or something.
Right. You can make a perception check with your advantage.
Okay, a 3 and a 14, so that's an 18.
You don't really see any signs of like bodies or any of these creatures that has like passed away. No. Seems
Do I see
strange.
the cave entrance or like where it would be?
You see an area of it that seems to be a place where you would assume a cave could be, following the directions of her. You can't quite see it. It's very rocky there, so sometimes the sun can also play tricks on you and such. But you get a general vicinity area.
Right. Well, what do you think? Should we head out perhaps tomorrow? First light in the morning, and well, as soon as we wake up, I suppose, in the morning.
Well, up to you. We'd leave this, like, we'd probably leave. Is that the... Has anyone else got any other questions?
Yeah, I just had one more question, which was, do you know what it is that they consume for sustenance over in those caves? What it is particularly that they go for?
So there's a mineral that grows on the rocks in the Typal Ridge itself. That cave itself may not be necessarily important, but some animals live on traditions as much as humans and other creatures do. So maybe it's a sacred place for them where they go to replenish, and then once they
Yeah.
have done so, they will come back. They usually do so at nighttime.
Sort of like how the salmon will return to its birthing sort of area.
One more time, sorry?
Sort of like how the salmon will return to its birthing area, sort of
Correct.
just instinctual with the animal.
Yes,
Oh.
I mean, it's, because they're fairly intelligent, if we could of course tell them not to go there, but it seems like that's the place they prefer to go.
Well, does anyone want to come with us when we go? We'll come up with a plan. But do you want to send someone else with us, or are we just going to go by ourselves?
I think at the moment it's just for you to go. We are fairly busy with other endeavors at the moment. We're about to begin our harvest. You can see that it won't be long, maybe a few hours.
Okay, well, let's get go. Oh, wait a second. Miss Celeste, she always likes to ask about getting paid, for jobs. Yeah, I mean, we want to do it. Doesn't matter what you pay us. We'll do it anyway. But no, we need the money. I don't actually have any money. I spent it all.
Right. Well, and she pulls off a ring, and she shows it, and it's made of gold, and there's some sapphires and some diamonds in it. It's probably worth about 1,000 gold. I have this that I can give you as a reward. We don't use money much, as you can assume from this.
I would like to insight check Celeste to see if that ring is a worthy reward.
Well, I guess
If I
roll an insight check.
if I get the sense from Celeste that it's a worthy reward.
Are you trying to hide it, or are you just no?
I just saw the ring and I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to roll.
No.
I think we're doing non-verbal communication.
Yeah, I think it's pretty visible. It's like, oh, okay.
Sean's got a bit of a furrowed brow at the ring. I'll tell you that much.
and what is it that you would consider the completion of this job? Us returning back to you to report news on what we found?
I would like you to potentially see if you can find out what did this, if it's still a danger, and anything else that you can find, really.
And these creatures, they don't have any sort of natural enemies. I mean, I'd assume something that large would be rather hard to pin down by something unless it was much larger.
Yeah, I guess, but it could be poachers, maybe? I'm not quite sure.
That was going to be my other question. These minerals and things that the creatures feed off, are they valuable at all?
No, it's more like, you know when fish eat little pieces of plankton that gathers around stones
Sure.
and such? It's more like that. The mineral itself is not valuable. It's just a leftover from old times. It's not something that you can use for anything. It's just a kind of a growth that happens on
There's
certain
nothing
stones.
in those mountains, gems or geodes or anything like that, that could potentially might have wandered into the path of, miners or something.
Well, I
Anything
mean,
else going on in that region?
it is a large mountain region. We don't do a lot of mining in those mountains. They're more sacred to us than anything.
But you're at war. Are they secret to the people that you're at war with too?
I don't think a lot of things are secret to them.
What would you have to do if you knew it was them?
Well,
You're
we
already at
have
war.
to, I learned the council and the guards and the scourges and such.
Right. Well, we hope that we bring perhaps not good news, but comforting at least.
Of course.
Shall return when we can.
Glad to hear it. She pulls out a little pouch and she hands it to you, Angway. That's for you. Spread it whenever you feel. It will help make the world a better place.
Excellent.
Right. Shall we head back to Krager's?
Yep.
Wait.
Well, yeah, or we could go, like, cause we've got it's like just past noon, it's early afternoon now. If we go, we could come back and we'd have time to do both jobs in the same day.
My only concern is that, depending on what that other job is, we may need our strength, and depending on what this job is, also we may need our strength, and so I'm just worried about overexerting ourselves in the space of 24 hours.
Which one's the one we need to be there at 11? At night?
It's,
Nighttime.
That's tonight.
yeah.
But that's just a that's just a yeah, I was gonna sleep before that.
When are we shipping out, though? It's the following morning, isn't it? Not
So not tomorrow, not the day after, but the day after that.
day after
At
that.
10
Okay.
a.m. Yeah, so we got 2 days, and then that morning.
Oh,
But what about if another one dies? The other job just is like, what are those dudes up to? Whereas there's lives at stake, and in this one, like people could die.
sure.
Right. Well, is it the one that you deem more important than Ingwe?
Well,
Well, because
how about we go? How about we go and find out? And if we think, oh, we're gonna come back, we could come back. Like if it's like, you know, like if there's a troll in the dungeon or something, we'd be like, okay, wait a second, and we'll come back and we'll say, dude, I'll tell the I'll tell them not to go until we've killed the troll. But if it's
Well, because my only other concern was that the job where we're investigating the mysterious figures is that there seemed to be concern that there was a sort of espionage happening. So that also could concern the lives of the people in this city.
That's what I was thinking as well. I thought, while we know one is life or death for those creatures, potentially, this one could be.
and he said, Kaivis, he said it could just be someone sleeping with someone's wife.
Yep. What if we were to head to the cave now? I mean, I still got some energy in me. We go check it out. Worst case scenario, it hits us for 6. Puts us down out of energy. We come back. We rest. We hit that thing up the following night. We go check out that other place. If they didn't say it was particular nights, did they? It was just during the night. Right? So, I mean, we could miss it tonight, but
Did Beatrix tell us how often or how long ago these creatures were attacked? Or
She didn't know. They just noticed that some of the bigger ones have disappeared, but they didn't specifically know which day. They don't keep track of them in that sense.
but like she would have known how long ago. Like, was that 3 months ago or was it yesterday?
No,
or
it would
was
have
a
been
week ago?
like maybe within this week.
And how many of them?
4.
Right, well, if you want to go to the cave, go do that. We've still got our horses, unless they have been sold, in which case...
I was going to say we need to speak to Joy.
Well, we could. I think it might be smarter to go on an animal more suited to climbing mountains. If we hike out of the city, and I'll get some goats to come, and we can go up on goats.
You can just... Alright.
Yeah, like remember I got your horse when we were fighting the wooden
Yes.
dragon thing.
Right,
I
like
remember.
that. Need to be large goats, though, right?
Yeah, like in that I met some at you know was that city with the giraffes and the goats and the and plus I can like I've never met a large spider before, but I spoke to a small spider and then I just made myself a large spider.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I don't know if there is large spiders. Yeah, I think there is.
All right.
Definitely.
I've
Well,
never met one anyway, but I can. Yeah.
Didn't you meet some creepy spider lady?
Well, and actually with this spell too, I can kind of, I've got more control. I can actually get animals that I haven't met. Maybe I could get penguins to come. Do you reckon they'd be good at climbing mountains? No, I know giant goats would be good. I won't get penguins to come, but another time I'll get some penguins to help us in a battle.
I
Alright.
look forward to it.
Maybe get some sort of dire penguins, some mean ones.
Some mean penguins. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll keep that in mind.
I'm just imagining the Madagascar penguins.
I'd like to Frenzy.
I do
This
actually have
conversation-
D&D penguin minis, just a heads up.
Wasn't prepared earlier.
Yes, I think checking out the mountain this afternoon, and then coming back for our job in the evening, and then after that, a well-deserved drink. That's my plan.
Or at least the finishing of our current drinks.
Yes, I would. Yes. I
Yep.
don't think I'll be able to finish it.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I think let's go and maybe we should walk for a bit to get a sense of the path, and then when we get to the bit that is hard to climb, then I'll get some friends to come and help us. So
Alright.
maybe if we just hike. Oh, I know you don't like walking, Miss Celeste, but yeah. I'm thinking, Tom, that if it's a half an hour ride, I want to do, say we walk for an hour, then it's going to be 15 minutes to get there. That's what I'm aiming for.
Well, it's about 40 minutes away, so you can spend 20 minutes walking and then doing the goat thing, I guess.
Yeah. So if we walk for an hour, that's 20 minutes of riding, because we're not horses, we're not that fast.
Right, yeah, okay, I see what you mean, yeah.
So we do an hour, and then it'll only take 20 minutes of the goat time.
Right, we can definitely do that.
Unless our horses haven't been,
They haven't been sold yet, she's just assessing them.
so we could
Oh,
just
ride
park
the
them
horses.
to the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that. And then we've got horses too if something happens to my friends.
Adds to the resumes as well. You know, these horses have been through a lot. They're a lot of good and they're sturdy. We tell people that.
On their
Sturdy is a
certificate.
word.
They been through shit.
Passed through shit.
Yeah.
One still smells like it occasionally.
Right, so what is your plan?
Yeah, so we're gonna ride horses. Will the horses, if we got 2 horses, will that let 4 of us ride?
We can have the
You're
cart
the
with
cart.
you.
Oh, we're going with the cart. Okay, yeah, let's go with the cart.
Yeah, you can do that, so you can
So
you can definitely do that. Is there anything you want to do before you leave, or do you just want to leave?
Take a swig of my alcohol and then. Thank you.
Gotta remember to see that chef before we go on that airship.
Absolutely. Right, so make our way all the way back down the tower, back towards Kraka's Inn, grab our horse and cart, and go, thank you so much for looking into that, Joy. We will get back to you.
Right. Nice. So you grab your horse and cart, you grab a drink, and you head off again towards the east gate. And as you do, you pass by Plimpergard, which is where all the gnomes live. And the houses are smaller than the general population, and you can see that they're the middle of their little garden is just one long table, and it seems like they're just all dining together outside. But as you pass by, you go through the gates. There's no issues with that. And you head off towards the mountain of the Tribal Pass. It takes about 20-30 minutes before you are unable to use the cart to travel any further. In the last 10 minutes or so, you're going to be forced to walk and climb a little bit. It is not completely inaccessible, so you don't really need to roll for anything. But it is definitely an area that is more wild than anything else. There's not a lot of traffic up here.
So I'm gonna cast conjure animals, and I'm gonna summon 4 giant goats,
Right, no problem.
and then we can ride them.
Right.
It's just the most heavy metal image in my head ever. Just big beard, axe, shield. On
Hanging
its
onto the
back.
horns of
Yeah.
the goat like a motorbike.
Yep.
Stormlord would be proud of you.
Yeah. As the axe comes out, a strike of lightning. Yeah.
But it helps a lot that these goats know what they're doing, so it's not too much of an issue. Still takes you about 10-ish minutes before you really get to what seems to be the entrance of a cave. But as you arrive, Celeste, you receive a message.
Oh, the reception is really good up here.
Well, funny you should say that, because I've written this down before you were going up there. You get a message from what sounds like your mother. She says, "So glad you are. Can't believe this is. We miss so much. We talk."
Sorry, could you? So glad you up. We miss talk.
So she said, so glad you are something. Can't believe this is something. We miss something so much. We something talk.
Okay.
I'd miss alcohol too.
I'm going to, so as we're riding up, I'm going to kind of like stop, go. I can't hear you properly. The messages aren't coming through. It's got something to do with that damn leprechaun. I hope you're alright. Alexander's fine, I think. Bye. Just kind of says that out to the void.
Right. You don't get a response at this moment.
No, they take 7 to 10 business days to.
And they just, I can't. Damn leprechaun.
It's
I
like,
can't
imagine-
leprechaun right now.
Do you remember when, like back in the day when you had those old school mobile phones, you have them like next to like the computer or like next to like a radio?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all that madness. Like before she gets a message, she's like, "Oh, something's coming."
Where am I? Let me just check something actually. I need Celeste to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wisdom saving throw. Oh, this is the one I'm worst at.
You are not 5.
Oh, it's a 12.
That's right.
You are possessed.
You feel someone prying on you, but you shake it off.
I'm going to look around to see if I can see any birds.
There are birds around. They don't look like the birds that you previously encountered. This looked more like it was a spell trying to look at you.
Am I familiar with like scrying spells, like with kind of that
You don't
area?
have the spell, so I'd say make an account check.
That's because she spent most of her childhood like learning about that stuff, but she was like,
Yeah.
I'm
And
too
too
dumb.
cool for school. Oh.
But this is more if you remember it, I think.
She was a band geek.
Yeah.
We'll say Arcana.
Mhm.
24.
Right. You have, during your schooling, tried being scryed on and tried to resist it just to see how it felt. That was it. Someone was scrying on you, but it failed.
Everyone, just. That was all in sync. I was just a heads up. Someone may be trying to watch us. So
You calling out to them?
No, that was my mother. Although she may be trying to watch me. But just keep your wits about you.
Well, you understood, but your mother tried. She was able to get a hold of you.
What do you mean by watching us? Like you've seen them? Where are they?
No, as in, I felt their presence here, but I kind of pushed them back.
Huh. Okay.
It's sort of like, Jean, you know, when Ingwe pries into your mind, sort of like that feeling. Like you feel someone pushing on you.
Right. Sean's gonna have a fucking hard look around.
Make a perception check.
It might have been my mother, but just in case it wasn't.
Alright. I'm not gonna mute for this dice roll. The metal dice.
Clunk. Oh, there goes a 4.
Yeah.
One.
That is... I'm on the wrong screen. Where's my abilities? There we go. Perception, a dirty 20.
Don't seem to see anyone. There's some birds and some other creatures here and there, but there isn't a person nearby.
A couple critters, but nothing else.
Just keep your wits about you.
Yep. Out comes the axe again.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting off this goat.
Way
as long
up
as
on the
possible.
mountain, there's lots of beaver.
Miss Celeste, if you're really worried, I can look to see if there's magical stuff, but I'm actually, then the goats will go. I think we should keep the goats. Sorry. Yeah.
Yep,
No,
definitely keep the goats.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just saying, if anyone else feels that feeling, just be aware of it. In case it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
John sort of just looks at Ingwe and down at the necklace with the door thing, right? You hang that from your neck, right?
Yeah.
Just gonna look at that for a sec. You guys don't think maybe Vortex?
Yeah, definitely could be Vartex, because that spell, that if you're just looking at someone, that's not harming, right? From what we like, he could look at us. That wouldn't be harmful unless you were like emotionally harmed by like if you were doing something that you didn't want someone to see you, like
Taking a poop.
yeah, or like sleeping with someone's wife. Like,
Yep.
What was all the adultery we've been discussing today?
Yeah.
Why would anyone want to look at that?
Well,
I'd want to see the face of the person so I could
what if you're the husband?
turn it inside out.
I think that's what we're doing tonight, is going to break up someone. That's what Kaifer said, right? He said, want to find out if it's that or if it's spies. I think it'll be that.
Right, well, we'll find out tonight. Where is this cave? Has anyone seen any sort of opening yet?
It's kind of in front of you.
Oh, there it is.
It wasn't hard to find. Like
It's kind of in front of us, Celeste. It's not.
you were right in front of it when you received the message. Oh, sorry, then you. Yeah.
It would be massive, wouldn't it, for those creatures to be able to fit through? Like,
Yeah.
the entrance would be,
It's
like...
enormous. Like it's like a tunnel.
Oh, found it!
Can we see any dead creatures or alive creatures?
You can make an investigation check.
Good. not 19. Oh, I'm not good at investigating. 14.
Not really. It does look like there's signs of recent travel.
Mhm.
Like the dirt has been disturbed and such. Looks like there's footprints as well.
Mhm.
Like a little bit bigger than human-sized footprints, but such.
But humanoid footprints, not like tracks of an animal.
Someone wearing boots.
Yep. And as we were traveling over the past hour, did we see any of them flying to or from?
No, but you also
Because
told that they
they're
mostly did
staying
that at
away.
night. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Are we leaving the goats out here?
No. Stay on them if you want. They'll follow your instructions. They're not actual goats. They're
I'm just wondering for the noise.
Oh, you want to go quietly?
But I'm
Well-
just concerned. What if there's an even larger creature in here that attacked? You know,
Larger than
that's
the...
what I'm concerned about.
Well, to be honest, Miss Celeste, I am going to be quieter on the goat than walking. So, but you know, if you
Just
want
have
to
a-
sneak in, because you're
Well,
pretty quiet.
I can go in and have a look if you'd like. Go in and just sort of scope out. It's kind of hard to see standing out here because the sun is so bright and it's dark in there. I can go in and kind of just have a look, report back if I see anything or if there are any little twists and turns or...
Can you see in the dark?
Yes, I can see in the dark.
That's impressive.
I think we can all see in the dark. We can see in the dark. Sean can see in the dark.
Well,
John can see in the dark.
yeah, I was hold up my hand, show a ring. Someone gave
Oh,
me
you're married,
this.
John. Yes, we know that.
Well, that would be this hand. It's a different ring. This was gifted to me by a friend of ours. Allows me to see better in the dark.
Oh,
Hmm.
all right.
Well, so you want to follow the footprints
Potentially.
quietly, or, I mean, it's a pretty big cave, so
Well, I'll
it's
just
not
go
like.
in and see if I
Yeah.
can find any sort of life or sign of where they went, or what if I find their body or something? I can just...
Just so you know, the goats go away in about 27 minutes.
Alright, just bring mine with you then when you follow me in.
Oh, you're just gonna go ahead and we'll come. Yeah, good. I think that's a great idea.
So the plan is for Celeste to move ahead stealthily and have a look while everyone waits
She-
behind.
Takes off her heels and tucks them into her belt.
Right. Well, I need you to make a stealth check then.
Miss Celeste, before you go, I've got, can I just? Will you let me touch your face?
Yeah.
So I'll cast Long Strider on you, so it gives you an extra 10 feet of movement.
What is that? Did you lick your thumb and put it on my forehead?
It's like the horses. It's the same. Oh, you can't see yourself. You know how I put the thing on under the horse's eye to make them go fast? Yeah, I've made you a fast horse. I mean, no, that's not right. I made you fast.
Thank you, Ingray. I appreciate it.
Right.
So I'm going to go in and try and follow those footprints that are on the ground in the cave that have disturbed the dirt and try and see where they lead. I probably won't go more than like 200, maybe even 100 feet, kind of in.
Right. Make a stealth check.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
You get maybe 100 feet in, and then the tunnel itself opens up into this large cavern system. There's 4 other ways you can kind of travel from there. There's like a little bit of a natural spring in the water and such like that. And there's some places you can walk and such. But now you have some options of which way to go, and you can't really see anything in particular, but you don't hear anything either.
Anything like blowing in the cave so I can see what's happening or not?
Well, there's some holes that goes all the way through, so there's some beams of light coming through.
Going to speak into my sending stone. Just say, so far nothing, but I've reached a sort of cavern that has 4 possible markings. You want to come in? We're going to see if I can see where these footprints lead. You want to come up?
Okay, see you in a minute.
Right.
I'm gonna have a look and see if I can see. See if I can find where, like, which way the footprints went.
Right, so make a survival check. And the rest of you sneaking, or are you just following up?
Survival.
Sneaking on the back of my goat.
Fine.
So,
Leaning towards the earth.
Stealth checks with disadvantage. They're not the most stealthy creatures in
I
the
get
world.
disadvantage anyway, so.
double dis- I also get disadvantage.
They are stealthy. They're more stealthy than. Ah!
Got a 19 and then a 3.
Do we add our stealth bonus or the goats?
Yours.
Ours, okay.
3 from Griffin.
I rolled a 20 and a 2, so I've got 1.
Right.
So Celeste just hears, you guys can come up, and then everyone's like,
Hey, we're supposed to be quiet.
I'm trying to be quiet, Ingwe. You try fighting this thing.
Like goes through the cabin.
All of you stop talking so much.
So much.
What'd you get for the stealth check? Sorry, the survival check?
14.
It seems like it's wearing off to the right side. To one of the 2 right side ones.
As they're coming up behind, Celeste just kind of slowly stands up and turns and looks.
I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck. Another wisdom save. Can't it be a dexterity saving throw or a charisma saving throw?
I'm naming this goat dumbass because it's so dumbass.
10 plus 1, 11.
Okay.
So I don't know anything. Like I
You don't really feel anything.
I think it's going around towards the right-hand side.
Do you want to sneak forward again, or do you want to? Or should we? We were pretty. Oh no, we weren't quiet.
I heard as soon as I said come, I heard you. Okay, we can go now.
We weren't that noisy, were we?
No.
It's very. I think the thing to note is that it's very quiet in here, and it's a cabin, so everything echoes.
Right.
So while this might be stealthy out in, like, you know, the forest, in here every sound is amplified.
That makes sense.
So give me 5 minutes, and I'll go down towards this right-hand side and see if I can see anything.
You're that dumbass. You're too loud.
Right. So you're doing the same thing again? Scouting ahead?
Yeah.
So I need another stealth check.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, day 20.
Right. So you head further down this tunnel, and it is quite big. There's rocks here and there that you use as cover, left and right. You get around a corner, and you kind of hear a little bit of talking. It sounds like mumbling to you. Which languages do you speak?
Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
Right. It doesn't make any sense what this talking is about. It's not a language that you know. As you peek around, you can see that there is a little bit of a camp set up in there, in the next adjoining part of the tunnel. It's orcs. And you can see behind that there's a little plateau where there's a giant size, like a cage, which is open.
Do they look like unfriendly?
That's hard to really tell.
But they don't look like the ones that we've just come from the city, like where they were there. Should they look like kind of like hunter nomad-y type orcs? Like they're dressed in like leathers and furs rather than like tunics and Pants.
They aren't wearing any distinguished colors. They aren't wearing anything that makes it look like they belong to the Rudak. But you also don't really know a lot about the Ukan's men. So it could be just hunters. It could be both. It could be a scouting party for the enemy. It could be for the good guys. It's a little hard to tell. Like, they're just orcs at this point. You can't really see if it's positive or negative.
Would I assume from the large cage that they are like poachers looking to like take the things that we were looking for? The giant star stingrays.
It's hard to tell. Because the only information you really have is that there's a cage, which is pretty fucking big. And then there's some individuals who has a camp inside the mountain.
Can I see any weapons or anything?
They all have weapons.
Are they like ranged weapons, like arrows,
There's
crossbows?
bows, and there's like swords and axes and such. They look like, almost like, I wouldn't say tribal, but they look very basic when it comes to that stuff. Mostly leather armors and stuff like that.
How many are there?
Make a perception check.
Perception. Oh, 15.
You can see 3 of them. One of them is just kind of standing up against a rock, talking to one of the other guys sitting and doing something with some leather. And the last guy is walking around near where the cage is.
I'm going to kind of slowly start taking some steps back the way I came, and I'm going to whisper into my sending stone. I think I found the hunters, or whatever they are. There's a massive cage here. It's like 3 orcs, armed to the teeth. And I start taking steps back.
Right.
I will not wait for Celeste and go back to the entrance to the cave.
Okay. So you're going back to the beginning, not down where she went?
But not the way that she went. I'm going to go backwards.
Yes. Okay.
And as I'm walking, I'm going to say, are you sure? Are you sure there was only 3?
I only saw 3.
And how do you know that they were not just like us looking for what's wrong?
There was a massive cage that was open that looks like it could hold one of them.
Those bastards.
And at this point, you hear something behind you, Ingwe.
Towards Celeste or towards the front of the cave?
Towards the room where Drekik and Sean is. Because they're behind you, between you and Celeste. So you went the opposite way of Celeste.
Yep.
Bunch of rocks fall down from one of the adjacent holes further up. As you look up, the 3 of you notice you're no longer alone. And I need you to roll initiative. But we will continue with that next time.
Yes! Did we just get ambushed by a dragon?
We'll see.
We got ambushed by something.
Definitely.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
I'm going to tell you straight. I rolled a 5 as the highest perception check.
So even with our stupid stealths, it was pretty...
Yeah. I was going to say, we still got spotted, but you know.
It was a goat's fault.
Yeah. Don't you blame Stormy.
You named your goat.
Of course I'll name the goat.
I'll say what you get to see, because obviously we're going into combat. You get to see that there is a few orc heads popping up, and some other creatures that look more like bugbears.
Ooh.
Dope.
Hey, we get to figure out. I get to see my figurine.
Indeed.
Yeah.
That was. I really enjoyed that. Like, I know that city. Like, so cool. I want to go back to the Ivory Clasp now that Ingwe can. Now he knows that orange tree. They're best friends. He can go visit the orange tree later.
That's true.
I'm very excited. every time we're hungry, we're like, oh, we should just go to the Ivory Clasp and grab some dinner.
That's a long way away for me to be able to do that.
Gold for an airship. We can just
We'll get
quickly
there.
zip over and come back.
Yeah, it's a quick airship ride.
Let me just be a wizard real quick. I'll just learn teleportation circles.
Well, you can always multi-class them.
I'm
And
multi-classing.
because of the new way I'm trying to do this, you all leveled up.
Leveled up for the start of the battle. Yes.
I'm trying to do something a little different. I'm just going to see if it works. Well, it's going to be a test.
We won't know when it will.
No, I mean, like, there's a few different ways to do the milestone thing, and I wanna try something to see if it works.
Yep.
I don't know if we're going to level up end of session here, if we're going to do it off camera or beginning of next one. But I don't know what I'm going to be next
Me
one.
neither.
There you go. Well, you
So,
can also wait with the selection of that part. That's fine
Yep.
if you want to. But anyone who just wants to roll some hit points, pick some spells, that's cool.
Are you going to be a warlock now?
Are we re-rolling once?
We'll see.
No.
No, just the first time.
Yeah, cool.
Are you trying to get 0 hit points?
You can always in the negative. Wait, with your con modifier, that would be a 0 increase, right?
No. Oh.
You got -1, don't you, to your con?
No, I'm 0 with my con.
Okay. Whew. Better.
Because of my ring. I've got a ring.
Oh, yes.
That's fine. I played 2 characters in a row, and both of them had 5 strength. It's -3 to anything you do, in case you would ever need it.
I can push things up to 10 feet away.
Oh
from
no,
you.
my base con was 10.
Yeah, that's 0.
I took 10, but I just have rolled low. Like I've rolled 1s or 2s the whole time.
Yep.
Right.
Cool.
Well,
So,
cool.
do you want us to roll initiative now or at the beginning of next sesh?
Let's do it next session, so I don't have to write it down and lose it. But let's figure out who we're gonna rate.
Oh, right.
I'm on it.
Oh, I got a 17 this time.
I got a 12. I rolled so many 12s tonight. It's
You got a
ridiculous.
7.
Giant dice don't fail me now. 3.
I got a 5.
Oh, so that means I finally got it.
Woo! All right.
That's
Best
like
time
the
for
first
everything.
time, I think.
I just realized that I never picked an origin language for my character.
Makes sense.
So now he knows 4 languages. He knows Gnomish now.
Fair.
It's just from all the trouble reading it. Now you finally getting a grip on it. It's like,
You're
oh,
like,
I understand the lessons now. It makes sense. This is this.
So that. Oh gosh.
Oh, it's a K. Okay, cool.
Fair enough.
So currently playing, we have Crub XD,
Right.
which I believe we rated last time or the time before. They're doing Mythic Odysseys in Theros.
What?
And we have that person's playing Sea of Thieves. They're not playing D&D at all. Uh,
Why you lie?
yeah, and it's a rerun, so I'm even more confused. All right. Anywho, we also have Raging Rolls playing Call of the Seven Rings.
Ooh.
And sorry, there's a lot of people on tonight compared to usual. And we've got Eldritch Scribe, and Not Rob May, another 2 common
Second
ones we
one there.
raid. Some
I think
good
Dreaded
folk.
GM is doing D&D as well. He's just got his category as just chatting for some reason.
Well,
Ah, fair enough.
I think we should pick the second one you said before, because I don't think we've done them before.
Yep, Raging Roll, I believe it was.
Yes, that sounds right.
Where'd they go? Raging Rolls, Call of the Seven Rings.
There you go.
Cool ass
That
sounding
sounds
campaign
cool.
name.
Very cool.
Yes. How exciting! So everyone, if you are a subscriber, get your emotes, monsters and Mayhem, show them some love, give them a follow, tell them that you think that they're awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Or don't.
Yes.
I mean, I don't. I can't tell you.
I had no follow up there.
I concur.
Or just, don't.
Squared.
Alrighty, it is loading the raid now. We should be good to go in about 5 seconds.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Love
Appreciate
you.
y'all.
Bye, everyone.
Have
See you
sweet
next
dreams
Monday.
about purple giant farting star stingrays.
Yes.
Horses.
I'm gonna dream of Jean on that fucking goat. Yeah,
Pure,
alright.
pure berry wine.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, raid.
Hey. And I think we're through.
Yep.
Yeah.